Right, here we go. We're, I think, almost ready to get started here. 1 minute behind schedule. We're not doing too well. Too bad. Let's see. I think the Star Citizen stream is up. So I'm just going to see if we can get this up and running. There you go. Boom. 28 minutes to spare. Hey! Tips have arrived. Wonderful. Wait a minute. Oh, it looks like they're also streaming on the YouTube. So that's useful. Alright. Let's see if we can get set up here. So yeah, we're gonna be looking at the hype versus the tripe, as the title says. Yeah, some people might sort of say, what's the point of these shows, I guess? You know, they say whatever they want, so why believe them? But I think that I actually think these shows are quite valuable, mainly because of the information that they give, right? So that's what we're looking for, information, not necessarily the hype. All right, I'm in Discord now. Looks like everything's set up slowly. This is getting really.
Do you play?
No, play. I'm not playing. Watching. It's
Oh, so it's just watching, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need your thing, right?
I don't think so. No.
This is for at the moment.
Oh, great. Thanks. What a nicey wife. Yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to say was, it can be useful for information, right? So, we're going to keep track of what is just pure speculation and what is actual information. I suspect I actually have a theory. My my CitizenCon prediction is that this thing's going to get pretty unhinged. I think this is going to be kind of a wild CitizenCon because basically they've spent the past however long talking about some music on while we're waiting. Talking about some server meshing, Pyro, talking about 4.0, server meshing, Pyro 4.0, server meshing, Pyro 4.0, over and over and over again, right? I think this CitizenCon is probably the first CitizenCon where they don't really have to think about or talk about server meshing, Pyro, or 4.0. So this thing could get quite unhinged. We all know Chris Roberts' reputation, right? Well, we're going to talk about, maybe not today, but tomorrow we'll be talking about 1.0 and what is the future of Star Citizen. And it's the first time in like 3-4 years where they don't have to talk about the same things they've been talking about every single year. They still have to talk about Squadron, of course, but hopefully it'll be a lot of the Squadron information is usually Don't worry, guys. We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. This year they don't have to do that so much. They don't have to be like reassuring us. They'll probably actually announce the trailer, the release date, I would say. So you can see here, I put that at the center of my bingo card, the Squadron 42 release date, because I'm that confident that they'll announce that. They have to announce at this CitizenCon, I think, pretty much. The way I've organized this bingo card is the center square is the most likely thing I expect to happen. That's actually not really true. That's probably not the most likely thing, but I want to like, that's my big guess about what they will do, right? And man, if they don't do that, that's a massive fumble. I think that would be a huge mistake if they don't do that. So that's why that's at the center, and then it's sort of it goes in across and across this way and across this way as to priorities. So in the corners, I like the corners and in the middle. So new biomes, the playable demo, new creatures, building interiors, player habs, the ship backlog, and the Squadron 42 trailer, as well as new star systems. I kind of like that's the second tier of things that I think that will likely be announced. Obviously, they'll talk about the backlog of ships and new star systems. I think that usually CRG gets baited into responding to criticism, and I think that the ship backlog announcing there'll be new ships, of course. There's going to be new ships, but I think some of the new ship announcements are going to address the backlog. Whether you believe that or not, whether that's hype or tripe, we'll make a call. But I think also in the same vein, the new star systems, many people are predicting Nyx or Odin, but I think they're going to go, I think this is going to be the most unhinged sitcon we've seen in a long time. I think that they're going to go give us a roadmap for all 100 star systems. That's my prediction. So, you know, some kind of tools to show how they can build 100 star systems. That's kind of where new biomes and new creatures comes into. So the next tier would be that inner circle. So AI crew, org tools, AI planet generation, player trading, star sim, utility armor, ship crafting, and global illumination ray tracing. I think that's kind of like the third tier of most likely stuff. They've been teasing a lot of AI stuff, so another criticism is how are you going to run these ships? Do you have to be a part of an org to run big ships? A lot of whales would not be happy with that, so I think we're going to see a lot of focus on AI in this. Maybe not today, but during this sitcon. Yeah, they've talked about crafting, but you know, my guess is maybe we'll be able to build ships. That they might not talk about Star Sim, but you know, they've been working on a utility arm, so I expect an update there for sure. The next tier is, you know, the lowest level, the lowest, least likely, in my opinion, to be talked about. Things like farming, combat mech, the Soul Singer, the brand that the trademark that they released recently, that they made recently, that's probably related to AI tech in this game. But if it's not mentioned at all, that would be interesting, because is that a new game that they're working on? What is that? Maybe appearance by Mark Hamill. I should have put like celebrity appearance, because that's very specific, but you know that's coming. A 1.0 release date. Don't be surprised if they give us a roadmap. If they say within the next 2 years or within the next year we're gonna release 1.0. Don't be surprised. This could be the most craziest sitcon ever. There's a real chance, I think. Melee weapons, that's already been teased in Pyro. VR, I would like to see that. That would be nice. And of course, Tony Z. Are they gonna drag Tony Z out of retirement to come and talk to us? Maybe about Star Sim. Who knows? I think that Tony Z is probably in the doghouse. He's disappeared. He hasn't been around much, so I don't know what happened to him. But you know, maybe he'll make an appearance. Maybe not. So those are my guesses, right? So yeah, like I say, I'm expecting it to be unhinged, over the top, a lot of crazy promises. With these presentations, it's usually maybe something coming in the next patch, right? Something coming next year, and then some kind of vision for the broader Star Citizen. Usually that's what we get with these presentations. So that broader vision, that 1.0 vision, it's going to be unhinged. So we're going to pass the hype and the tripe, but let's put a hype on the board already, because hey man, it's CitizenCon. Hey man, it's fun. Let's try and have some fun with this. I'm gonna eat my chips. I haven't had dinner yet, so sorry about eating on stream. I was going to jump on a bit earlier today just to show off some of my earlier streams. I was looking back on my streams because I thought this is definitely like the 4th CitizenCon for me. But I couldn't find a recording of the first one in 2021, so I guess I didn't live stream it. But I live streamed the other 2, so I guess this is my 3rd time live streaming CitizenCon. No point to it, of course, there's no one watching, but you know, I like to do these for myself rather than watch other people stream, just to record my reactions at the time. But going back and looking at those early videos, man, obviously the CitizenCons are long, but usually they start really early in the morning for me. At the moment it's like 6:15 in the afternoon, so that's alright. But usually it starts in the early hours of the morning and finishes when the sun is coming up. And of course I'm drinking. So like the last hour of those live streams is me like trying to listen to fucking Chris Roberts rattle on while I'm passing out. So I'm not expecting, I think this live stream is going to be a little bit more coherent than my usual live streams. I think that I'm going to be able to stay awake, and I'm not drinking. I haven't been drinking, just kind of stopped drinking for the past few months, so I'm not going to drink tonight. I got my vinegar highball here. So yeah, it's going to be a sober stream and at a reasonable hour, so hopefully that's going to contribute to me being a little bit more coherent than normal. I really should eat while they're talking, because there's nothing to see at the moment, just the clock ticking down and me eating chips, which isn't very pleasant. I should get like a giant thing of tea. Gotcha, maybe I'll do that. I'll be back. All right. A few more minutes. Got my tea. It's not really full. And this is caffeine free. So maybe that's not good actually. Maybe I need more caffeine. I also have my fries, my French fries, made by my beautiful wife, with some spicy mentaiko mayonnaise and some edamame. I have edamame. More minutes. There's actually a lot of French fries. If I eat them all, I'm gonna be sick. That'd be good content, wouldn't it? Like vomiting a whole bunch of chips. if I knew more about ships, I could probably tell you about this this graphic that's repeating itself. When I did the bingo, yeah, I just wrote ship backlog, but I could have, you know, been more specific. Like, I could have predicted like the Orion, maybe. And I don't know if this image in the background is like of the Orion or something. I don't know. I like ships in Star Citizen, but I don't follow it that closely. Like the format of this video, especially for ultra-wide videos, ultra-wide monitors. I guess that's getting more and more standard, but still. It's a stream for whales. It's 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. I think I also prefer to stream it because I don't think, you know, sitting down and watching these after the fact, I'm gonna watch it like this anyway. I could be watching another live streamer, I suppose, but yeah, I'm probably not gonna watch it after the fact. I rarely rewatch Star Citizen CitizenCons. It's a bit much. It's a bit long. So, you know, by streaming it keeps me engaged and concentrating, because it's kind of long and a lot of information. But you know, I can also capture, like I said, capture my initial reactions at the time. And my initial thoughts. I like you can see my mouse too. That's cool. I can point at things. Look at this over here. Oh my god, what's this engine here? Is this a toilet? All right, let's pause this and get the. I might keep it here, and then when something interesting is happening, I'll put it up here. How's that sound? One minute. Ooh. This is gonna be nuts. This is gonna be so unhinged. Chris Roberts is gonna go off the fucking deep end. 100 star systems in 2 years. 1.0 is coming out next year. Everyone gets a free copy of Squadron 42. He's gonna have like a half a bottle of vodka. And he's just gonna fucking stage dive into the audience. That's my sitcom prediction. Alright, here we go. Into the hype zone. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Kidding me? Serious? That is some bullshit. Well, we're used to delays, aren't we? CitizenCon has been pushed back to 2025. Serious? Another half an hour. Alright, wow. Maybe I do have some time to show you some clips from last year. First, let's get this out. just keep on track of the time with this guy. And yeah. Live. Can I Google? I can. CitizenCon. So yeah, this one was my. Let's pause this. This one was my first CitizenCon. Hype versus gripe. You can kind of see here, you know, we're not. This is like. Look how drunk I am. I don't think it's possible. Maybe it's not possible to see because of my my camera. I'm probably in the way here. But yeah, these things get pretty. I'm kind of doing the same facial thing. I wonder if I can. Can I zoom? No. Yeah, these get pretty rough. Like, you can kind of see here. I don't really want to move my camera, but... You can kind of see here I'm falling asleep a bit. This was a long night, because like we had like, this is like five hours, almost like 6 hours long, this video, and right at the end we had these guys talking. I'd been drinking all night. I hadn't had any sleep. I don't look too bad here.
You see here we've got your messages, so this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's... And,
look like I'm going to vomit something.
What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of a lot more just fidelity and scope and possibility, and the idea that you can
that time I had hype versus gripe.
Think it.
Obviously.
100i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here.
Huh. I guess
it's live
stuff.
Right.
Appreciate that.
Look at that.
This year, CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy dash.
Yeah, so that was a rough one for me. The other year was like two sitcoms. That was the first time we had two sitcoms. So I had you know, I had the bingo card that year too. Oh yeah, the
my server, and I'm trying to do that again, but this
server
time,
meshing demo.
Resources, but
so
also
like,
more general aspects.
I left.
You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also pulling out items that to push the.
Look at me! Yeah, oh, that's right. My battery died in my earphones.
But it was too late. We died.
Hopefully that won't happen again. Oh, that's a bad sign. Look how drunk I am here. Butter? I mean, the larger cargo area is a big selling point for me. Is it really? Look at this. I'm so ratchet here. This was rough. Yeah, so I'm not expecting this kind of. I'm out. Maybe last year was. It's 8:25 in the morning there. You can't read that because I've got the time overlaid on it, but like I was done. I was cooked. Look how fucking smoked I am. But what am I saying? Whole thing would just fucking crash.
You can also start to see Crusaders orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back, before we move on.
Hopefully we won't be like that this year. I think that last year the second day was a bit better for me. Was that day 2? I think day 2 was a bit better because I didn't drink at day 2. Ooh, actually it doesn't look that much better, does it? I don't look very impressed. But yeah, 7:30 in the morning. Look how grumpy I look. Jesus. But yeah, you get the idea. These sitcoms are usually pretty rough for me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. That yeah, it's at a reasonable hour, and we're not drunk. Let's put our camera back. It was roughly there, right? Another 20 goddamn minutes, Jesus. I needn't have rushed. Does that mean it's going to be half an hour delayed? Like, it will run a half an hour longer? I think I could have done a better job with this bingo card, to be honest. I think Generation, like Genesis, the first panel is going to probably cover how they're going to build 100-star systems. So that's why I think AI Planet Generation is probably a good lock. Oh, hello, what's this?
Hi everybody, we're back. It's been so long. Hi, welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. If you're in Hall A, let me hear you scream. If you're in Hall B, let me hear you scream. I'm gonna take this off. Here, George. Come on, come on.
Going well already?
That's George. Say hi to George. All right, you didn't see George. Welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the, 11th CitizenCon? 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as one might expect, it took us a little longer to get things going than we expected. But we're ready to start. We're approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20, 25 minutes. So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody? You can't see them. There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing. Ships? It's more than ships. Grand vehicles too? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual showcase of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather, much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that. This is our hangar bay of the UEES Barbary. Here now, every CitizenCon we theme our hall, our expo hall, to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So, what's on the agenda for this year? Well, CitizenCon, like it was last year, is now a 2-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow. We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point. Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage, we are starting with Brave New Worlds. Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a chock-full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine that will let us build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the day. After that, we've got a social universe. Now, this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this, but I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one. After that, we're going to take a lunch break because this is a very long day and, you know, we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones because the second half of the day, you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. Because when we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Tobii Eye Tracker and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro, where I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year.
Yay. Yay. Finally.
All right, I'm going to need you to do better with your cues there. Yeah, we're going to look beyond Pyro to what comes next. And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge, and then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not allowed to tell you what that is, but I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at the end of the day. And then on day 2, we come back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at last year's CitizenCon, and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry, that's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk segment with a presentation dedicated to the ships and vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the Persistent universe yet. But it's getting a big blow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then,
here, Ryan.
Well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here. The Star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an old school sci-fi head like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm not the one to hype. I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, you know, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now, the most important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it, be there for it tomorrow. Now, that's enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, down on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jared. Welcome back to CitizenCon 2954. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at Cloud Imperium Games, welcoming you all back to Manchester, home of the previous CitizenCon 2949. Although unlike then, things look a little bit different than they did before. That's right, as Jared said, gone is the grit and grime of Grimhex, and now we have the spick and span floors of a UEES Bengal-class ship. That's right, we are aboard the UEES Barbary, just locked in orbit above Manchester. That's right, this entire CitizenCon is themed and brought to you by the UEE Navy. Why, you may ask? Well, you'll just have to keep watching to find out. Now, if you're looking at the screen going, who is that handsome man I'm looking at? You probably have a different tab open. So I'll give you guys a quick second to get to Twitch or YouTube and get to the right tab. Make sure you're watching the stream and make sure you're watching our content.
Turn him down a little bit.
I know, it's a disappointment to me too, but I'm told that eventually you get over my face and voice and everything about me. But in case you don't, this year I'm joined by Manchester's very own Sam Haley as my co-host here on the show floor at CitizenCon. Sam Haley is one of our QA supervisors here at the Manchester studio. She also has some impressive street cred. She was the pilot of the Carrick in the 2949 CitizenCon demo, and I literally found this out yesterday. She's also the voice of the ASOP terminal. So we'll make sure that you guys get to meet Sam later today as we're going through. Now, I know Jared just went over this a moment ago, but if you're like me and you can't listen to a man in his, I don't know, mid-80s ramble on about how the sky used to be blue and dial-up used to be a thing, let me explain what we're doing here. I'm here on the show floor at CitizenCon here to show you guys the awesome stuff we have for those of you who are at home and aren't able to attend. So we want to make sure that you guys feel as though you're not missing out. So come follow me and we're going to check out some cool stuff here on the show floor right now. To my immediate left, we have the Voyager Bar. If you guys are here at CitizenCon and are looking for some refreshments, look no further than the Voyager Bar. As you can see, we have some impressive refreshments based on our in-game drink manufacturers. We have some awesome flags, we have some awesome pennants. I don't know how well they're going to pick up, but we also have some amazing 3D torpedo burrito dancing Garmin Humble stuff in the background. If you guys are looking for a drink here at CitizenCon, look no further than the Voyager Bar. I'm sure we're going to see some of our developers here around 4 p.m. Probably closer to 3 p.m. They're going to be here any second. It's been a long couple of weeks, so we'll give them some privacy and we're going to move right on. Also to my left, we have our Monster Tech Sim Pit. If you guys are looking to experience Star Citizen in a way that you've never experienced before while you're here at CitizenCon, then the Monster Tech Sim Pit is a great place to be. Using our VKB sponsored joysticks, these are awesome places to check out Arena Commander and Star Citizen in real D4D. Now over here, come follow me. We're just going, excuse me guys. Come follow me. Now over here we have our community booth section. We're going to be visiting the community booth section a bunch during CitizenCon, so I'm not going to get into too much detail now. But as you can see, all of our community booths are themed after in-game cargo container manufacturers. We have Anvil, we have Argo, we got RSI, we got Kovalex, we got MISC. All of these containers are filled with orgs and booths that signed up to be part of our community booths. There's some awesome stuff. Like I said, we're going to be going there a little later today, so I'm not going to get into too much detail right now. But there's some awesome stuff there, filled with groups that make the verse a more immersive, impressive, inclusive place to be. Excited to check them out later. Come follow me. As you can see right here, we have our general lounge here at CitizenCon. If you guys are looking for a place to escape the humdrum and bits and bustle of the auditorium, the general lounge is a good place to hang your cap, sit down, and relax. It's also a good place for you guys to make new friends. You guys are here for a shared love of Star Citizen. So if you guys want to make new friends, feel free to grab a seat. Ask people what their favorite ships are, their favorite ship manufacturer, their favorite game feature that may or may not have an issue council report. And you guys will make friends for life here at CitizenCon, here at the General Lounge. And I know there's something that we haven't talked about. It's a pretty big thing. It's a pretty big deal. I know we've just been glossing over it. I think we finally should talk about it. I'm talking about, of course, the Addison Lounge. That's right, the Addison Lounge. If you are looking to sit down in comfort and style, the Addison Lounge is the place to go. We have our United Empire of Earth timeline. We have our UEE branding all over the place. It's a good place for, again, for you to hang your cap, sit down, relax, and enjoy the show. And I think that's it. I mean, Sam, I don't know where my co-host Sam is. Sam, hi, Sam. I don't think there's anything else that I'm missing on the show for, right? I don't think there's any major stuff I glossed over, nothing big or exciting that I didn't talk about, right?
Dan, I know the most big thing in the room is your ego, but other than that, there is one thing you haven't mentioned yet.
Yeah, let's talk about the Hornet in the room, shall we? We have an amazing set piece here at CitizenCon this year. It is massive. It is the biggest thing that I think we've ever had on the show floor here at CitizenCon. It is absolutely impressive. It has some really great audio displays as well, if you guys were here earlier. I think, Sam, while I go powder my nose and make sure that I'm picture perfect, why don't you head on over there and give the people more information about the biggest and best set piece we have here at CitizenCon. Let's check out exactly what we're talking about, shall we?
Happily. Thanks, Dan.
Let's go check a lot of money on this thing. What's it made out of? Fiberglass or something?
So, as you guys can see, we have a near life-size replica of the Hornet F7A Mark II.
That's pretty sick.
This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together, from 6 weeks of concept, 8 weeks of build time.
Wow. Pretty cool.
This thing was their biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for us before in the Manchester studio.
It's made out of
Now,
paper.
as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before, it's very similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's
the voice behind Race Guy.
pretty powerful.
I assume they make a sound because they're connected to electricity.
Well, yes, this is my now second favorite anvil ship. Dare I say it? And, you know, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just...
Should I turn the audio off?
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh.
Yeah? Did I sound like me? Yeah? Good, good. Yeah, it has been delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys at Mango Stone. This thing was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details.
I think you gotta like pull the microphone away.
Yep.
Just
if you guys don't get the chance to see this in person, just look at everybody's social media for the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure this is going to be people's profile pictures, cover photos, whatever it might be.
I wonder how much that costs to make.
If you're at the event and you don't get a picture with this thing,
there's Ray. Come on.
I think you're missing out.
Hi, Ray.
So yes. Are we ready to head over? Brill, I think we're nearly ready for the first presentation. But before that, I'm going to hand you over to Jared.
Get on with
Jared,
it.
over to you.
Yeah, get on with it.
Hi, Sam. Thanks, Sam. Look, there's Sam.
Hi.
And there's me. And there's Sam.
The magic of
That's
television.
me. Now, what Sam was far too humble to tell you is that she, as in her role in QA, has more flight hours on the Hornet than almost any person at CIG, which is why we gave her the wonderful introduction to the Hornet. So, and you might remember Sam from CitizenCon 2019. She flew the Carrack through the very first jump point to the very first visit at Pyro. So let's give Sam a round of applause, please. She was too humble to give her credentials herself. So now we are going to go into Hall A. Hall A is where the magic happens. It's where everybody needs to find their seat and get ready for the start of the show. So hey, if you're here in Hall B, let's all move over into Hall A. Because the sooner we all get in there, the sooner we can start the show. And the less I have to vamp like this.
Hey, it's Cutlet.
Everybody into Hall A. All right. So look, I'll show you how. Follow me. Do do do. Hey, what you got? Want to take a picture? Take a picture.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that way. There you go. Hi.
I love English accents.
Oh, you have a timer on it. I don't got that kind of time, man. Okay. You want to? Here, I'll take the picture. No, I'm a professional. Hold on.
Okay.
No, let go. Let go. Let go. Oh, you got a battery.
Yeah, I have to.
I'll do it. So now you push the button.
Yep.
There you go. I'm a professional. Ready? Stand over there.
Yeah. Hey, I gonna be.
Okay, no, we're good. All right. Now we're gonna do two pictures. Ready? We're gonna do down low, like we're in a rap album.
But we can see our bellies then.
Well, okay, I'll do this. Good call. And then up high,
What's
like
going
we're
on?
teenage girls. And then one that's really awkward. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, how's that look? How's that look? All right.
Thank you.
No problem, guys. All right, let's get into Hall A. Everybody into Hall A. Everybody moving Hall A. Slice of pizza? What is that, just cheese?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Everybody in the hall.
That was not one slice.
No, right.
That's not one.
Woo. All right. Hall A, give it up for pizza. One of my favorite things about Star Citizen, we've got Big Benny's Noodles, we've got Torpedo Burrito, we've got Pips, and we've got pizza. Just pizza. Wow. There's a lot of you in here. This is the largest audience we've ever had for CitizenCon. 4,200 people, plus a bunch of employees, plus a bunch of crew members. Over 5,000 people in this room.
Hello.
What, are you streaming?
No, I'm just videoing.
All right, well, hi, Mom. Oh, you're streaming, what are you doing?
I'm just recording, mate.
Are you just recording?
Yeah.
I'm streaming.
All right, there we go. Oh, what are you doing? You doing the same thing? All right, here, let me see. Thanks. All right, so CitizenCon, who are you?
Martijn.
Martin?
Yes.
Where are you from, Martin?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yes.
I love the Netherlands. I don't remember most of it, though. Do you?
Yes.
All right. Must be different for visitors. Different priorities. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that on stream. Whose phone was this? There you go. There you go. All right. Let's go. How much time do we got? Hold on, I got to put my headset on. How much time do I need to do this for? Where's Chris Roberts? Chris Roberts is here. Does he have his mic on? Okay. All right, sure. I mean, if that's what he wants. I apologize. You ready?
Don't do that, Jared. You're going to hurt yourself. Don't do that. You're going to hurt your knees, and that's going to be a bad thing.
I think I legitimately pulled a hammy.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing is rock hard right now. Oh, you can check out my shoes.
Yeah.
Cool. Donatello, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael. Yeah. All right. So that's all I got, everybody. We're going to take a few short minutes. We're going to start the show. Chris Roberts, he's going to kick this thing off proper. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. You're going to love the show, everybody. Thanks.
I hope so. I'm loving it so far. Oh, God. It's always kind of painful. But, you know, you got to get through these, you got to get through the banter to get to the information, you know. This is the price you've got to pay. I should have done, you know, on my bingo, I should have done like a prediction of is that Elliot? I should have done a prediction of cosplay. For sure there's going to be a headhunter cosplay. I should have predicted that. Oh God. Painful. I did almost eat all of those chips, those fries, and maybe I'm a little bit sick. Gotta pace yourself, man. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Both me and Jared have to pace ourselves. Here we go. Oh, he's dyed his eyebrows.
CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today, which is amazing. I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway, so like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen, because server meshing is finally a reality. People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evercati testing right now, which is pretty awesome. We're going to have it out at the end of this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen. And over these next 2 days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play. And a little later this evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon and this year to work on, first of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
For the audio issues, well, I'm going to put a Tripe for like Pyro by the end of the year. Maybe it will happen, but no names, no dates on it.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon! Wait. Guten Tag, CitizenCon!
Hey, Lopez, how you doing?
CitizenCon!
Welcome to the channel.
Ni hao, CitizenCon!
Ni hao.
And hello, Manchester. I'm not going to
It's
leave this
CitizenCon.
anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox. It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail. Now, with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0.
Clouds are moving.
How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to Monox. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments. Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we make the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call Genesis. Now, to help me explain all this nice work and this nice technology, let us kick us off. And I welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine for phase 1 of Genesis.
We're starting all over again? Again? Oh dear. Let's wait. Let's see what happens. Let's not panic.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
And this lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planet. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation, which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other...
It's okay, it's fine.
If I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough for the sorts of planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. And we want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planets. And we want extreme density, and we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets, we have temperature, which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology type, the soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients, and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress, you might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios. So, let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number one.
No worry, Lopez.
Let's have a look.
This is going to be a long, long stream.
So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So, in our previous terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending on climate and didn't really consider the unique properties of each type. Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic. But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset and compare them to decide what is likely to spawn in a natural environment. This automatically creates the cohesive environments that you saw in that clip. Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those ferns and those pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing, multiple assets coming together to create a unique microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space, they have a larger requirement for nutrients. That's how you see the distribution, and it's how it all works. Let's meet the flora that came together to make that forest, and have a look at some of their properties. Now, just to note, they are all going to look quite similar because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks, like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth, and we had pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time.
How
So
does
you will
this
see a
affect
rogue fern,
ArcCorp?
or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
So to take you through some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered, and it can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And this logical grouping is achieved via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside.
I mean, it's cool.
And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been
cool.
dramatically improved in how they shade. We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley. Then over larger scale, we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
I mean, technically hype.
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale. just like in real life, oh, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there. That means we can sample the sort of color that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture. I'll give you a quick demo of this now. This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the mountains as we're approaching, all of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
Hi. Can't stand popping.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and, of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue, and now how it looks, you don't see those lines going at all.
It's cool. Yeah, that's another thing that bugs me.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU. And it also means the results are directly there on the GPU. We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
Yikes.
In a second, we're going to turn on the culling groups debug so you can see. These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually, all the way down to the ground.
Yeah.
So to recap some of the things you've seen here in phase one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's more than just the Microtech planets, right? I hope, you know.
Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. Right, thanks for having me. I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So, our goal with the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Hey, swamps. That's cool. Did the trees move? Boo. Luke. Use the force, Luke.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swarms, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets to describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a closer look. For the water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel-weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp, the bald cypress.
It's huge.
So another feature we need to make a swamp experience a proper one is water injection. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp. As you walk through or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface. They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way.
Can you tractor beam them?
We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments. Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today we're still actively working on, but this one in particular, it's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight year-round, it's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
I'd be curious to see how much of the, you know, the sounds and the small animals are added. Hey, Karika, how you doing? We're watching CitizenCon. I'm good, mate. We're looking at Genesis. So supposedly these biomes can just evolve. Yeah. Looks cool, right?
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light. With jungles, we wanted to explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb and brush layer, we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads, attached to trunks and canopies of other assets.
That's cool, I guess. Yeah. If this naturally generates, then I hope animals also
with this and improved density
naturally generate
is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome. The idea being that we can vary what kind of forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab.
There's two animals you can kill.
Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer.
Trees, different trees.
For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle.
What about tree climbing? What about vines? I want to be like Tarzan, swinging from tree to tree.
Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
This would destroy your... oh, this would destroy your GPU, surely. Redwoods. Everyone needs to get a 5000 series card. Star Wars reference.
You
know it. That's Tripe. You can't drive that easily.
Now, for this one, we first looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A fairly common family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case the sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer.
Ferns are
To
cool.
add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, obviously sequoias. And they ended up being one of our most complex sets yet. As it turns out, they can grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Yes.
It keeps going.
That's a carrot? Holy fuck. Holy shit. Come on, we've got to have tree climbing.
One thing our game's foliage is sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sorry for the horrible rhyme. All forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures, ships, explosions, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be implementing a GPU-based simulation that's fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it would feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by where an individual object wants to appear, you can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations, hopefully. Surely.
Cut down a tree, you know? What if I smash my ship into a forest? Do I like take out a bunch of trees or start a fire, you know?
Now, before I get to disappear off stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people.
Missions?
And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so I can tell you all about the next one.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's time for phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do.
Okay. That would be nice.
So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic, and our biomes are emergent. But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps.
Okay.
But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as Ghost Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. Yeah. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game.
I can't call my ship.
Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it.
Nope.
But in general, it's also pretty barren. There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should. So this means we need to go bigger, which means we need to change our workflow.
Plus tax.
And with any workflow means we need to first establish a new benchmark. So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find needs to have its own unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. Cool. As for density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going forward, we are modularizing all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for the farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and its form. And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts. We've got lawful people, like the new Citizens for Prosperity in Pyro, unlawful, such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, you know, derelict.
When are we going to see
in
this
different
and
places,
how buggy is it
you'll
gonna
find
be?
different people.
This sounds a bit tripey.
So, now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations. Yes, I said thousands. So, to avoid the same issue of working on directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starchitect.
Starchitect? Jesus fucking Christ. I hope, is that a joke?
What Starchitect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense.
Okay.
Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starchitect and see what it gives us.
A building generates into a mountain.
As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton.
Stars is the paragon of game of... Is the paragon game of Unreal before giving up the game? Making it... with it low. Oh, you mean like Star Engine? Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
So,
I think
let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network.
I mean, you need to
Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables?
Things are going to break.
As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals, such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently.
So they're always
rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions, such as mountains or low visibility, you'd probably most commonly find them. Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfarer laying around.
They'll generate everything.
So,
how does that connect to missions?
Let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here. So
they're starting all over again?
Let's talk about some missing bits.
Making the game all over again, basically?
We want to tell tighter
remake
stories.
Stanton? Remake
such
Pyro?
as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Coders need to eat, man.
Let's
Coders
talk about
have
clusters.
Families.
Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. Okay. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then we can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system.
Lots of planets, right?
For the targets, outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal systems. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions.
Houdini, I think.
So,
that just
now that we have a cluster,
scatters things.
Let's go even bigger,
right? You put in parameters and it just scatters.
Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector.
Okay.
Like this one, that has about 120 locations. However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have.
Right.
With each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay. And for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet...
Yeah, this is Tripe.
Can you guess the number?
This is Tripe.
We've got about 3,042 locations.
I'll see that I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe
and again,
that is on my
this
drive.
means as Starchitect, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity.
What do you think, 5 years away?
Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse. However, this was only the first phase of civilization. Let me introduce you to the stage, the person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
Yay. So yeah, creatures you need as well. Yeah.
So hi everybody.
Right.
Benvenuti a CitizenCon.
Right. So new biomes are great, but I just don't want to fall through the planet anymore.
Where are we today? So my name is Francesco Raccucci, and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of Phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the worlds. We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. Okay. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the gameplay. So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we've just seen are very hard to be, designer-driven and markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and changes and customization, it's very hard to know in advance where interesting things are. So today I want to show you a couple of examples of what the IT team has been focusing on to make these systems supported and scale correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we'll look at perception in light and dark environments and dynamic cover generation. So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. Yeah, and if it's a dry day, well, we will be more visible, but our enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows during darkness. It's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that? So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost.
How much of it is generated? Because you want to design these levels, right? Is it just
so in this scenario, we will start look at how perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the two elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment. So what is perception? On the NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is a hostile in front of them. And obviously, there's condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day and night cycle, that they can't.
Alleyways of a basically
so in this video,
settlement,
we'll see two main elements. The graph on the top left and the two colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down the NPC perception and understanding. The two cones instead represents the primary and secondary FOV. The red color means that if you stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response. So during the night, MPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things. But if they have flashlights on their helmets, they can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making still the peripheral vision a bit more
human trafficking,
uncertain.
don't they? I've seen those.
And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly Copion. This is because he wants to exploit the vision, the night vision capabilities of the animal, and it's kind of our tier 0 pets. So we will now look at the cover system. That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you. So when we introduced planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way. Our planets are just way too big to statically export them and process them, first of all. And then their regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the range, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is, as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions.
Okay.
So up to now, we have an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs, and then with a special entity that would just sample dynamically the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry, but what about all those organic and inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system? Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tools will just change completely the layout.
Me too.
And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because the gameplay was, predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun.
I've only been playing for about 3
Besides
years.
that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate can generate cover. Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find an NPC in a forest like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock.
I see.
So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment.
I have noticed that.
Whenever navigation mesh generates, NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements. Boulders, rock, walls, and are all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover. And as you can see, this is dynamically generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa, because now it can become a source of danger for you as
20
well.
years, and then I'll come back and see how my pledge is going.
These systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have, so not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys construct. Because obviously, you guys will build your own locations, but you don't really mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that, because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show you.
Still not a hype.
So what I want to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh. These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, and be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel? Or is there something in front of that hole in the nav mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after the cover surfaces are generated, we can process where the cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover. So what we see here is that with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew this would revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution to handle all the destruction you get created. So you would destroy so much stuff in this world that we had to find a solution, right? So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is just no way for us to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation. So as you see, this is all dynamically generating.
Okay.
And destroying anything just makes the word be reevaluated. So as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that thing here. But when things break, first they invalidate, and then when they rest, for example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles.
Yeah, not much for hype,
the color that you see is
know,
mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space. So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe.
But,
what we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3.
Okay,
and now,
wonderful.
Let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon.
These presentations are always kind of awkward. I kind of like them.
Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to phase 4, light and sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself.
Make it fun. Make it fun.
First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, 3,000 and something placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off.
This is going to be
natural
hilarious.
Outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us.
Starlights.
Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now,
okay.
So this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe, so it's basically just a flat color across. We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has their own view of the sky, and so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy.
Okay. Good platform, I guess.
Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working over the last year.
So
now,
many
the first
balls.
is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got the other little things, I don't know what they are. And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things.
Yeah, NVIDIA's
now,
going to be
this
happy
is a
about
little
this.
bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels.
Hey. Ooh.
As you can see, Pico's in trouble again, but because the lighting team hasn't helped, you can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive, and this is something that we could never have done until we added this tech.
All right. Tripe CGI, I guess.
Now,
I'm
the
a
other
big
piece
fan
of the
of
puzzle
global
is
illumination.
glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects in the game, you may have noticed. And we've got the same
Mirrors?
problem that if we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray traced reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed hull panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes, and we want the same system to apply globally across that.
Mirrors.
So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously it reads as shiny, but there's this kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit like it's flying. So let's see what the ray tracing looks like. Yeah, it's really noisy and horrible. We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space, and then also in time to clear up the final image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin.
Okay, fine. Great.
Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally, allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well.
Don't say when. Don't tell me when.
So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade and warm and cool colors.
Okay, cool. I like it.
These open areas benefit in the same way as the forest scene did, adding areas of shade and areas of open lighting.
I do like it. It's not much of a change, but I do like this kind of stuff.
Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves.
That looks a bit different, right? Looks a bit warmer, I guess.
And this is the shot that I just liked. Finally, let's see how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day. And also their day as well.
Very nice. Those beer bottles still look like they're floating on the surface there. The noisiness of new alien species.
I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does, Graham Phillipson.
Closed loop poly meshes. You're lucky I watch a lot of digital.
Good afternoon,
videos.
CitizenCon.
I had no idea what you were.
I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So
you don't look it.
Do you want to make some noise?
Some noise.
So sound isn't as fast as light, so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here, blame him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks, Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds?
Sound.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to hinder creativity, and we want a seamless experience. So we're asking a lot.
A lot of wants.
But with Star Audio, we can rapidly implement audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise. Showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger this entity's spawn sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you, you're too kind. If you like that one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change the frequency as their velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping as something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms, Now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain. So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle machine, and this is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
I don't exactly know what I'm listening to. But good job, guys. I'm sure.
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial.
A factor. You joke, but it's
how does it work?
Absolutely going to happen.
Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data.
But
that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally, but you may have realized that by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound, we are not just creating a Doppler effect, we are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire, looking at some fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic speed of sound.
Speed of sound. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico. We're going to hear this first from the perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So Pico's down before he even hears the shot. But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off.
Important. Directional audio is important.
Now he's dead. And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you.
Fuck with video game design, yeah. It has
now
to
finally, oh,
be a
not
gameplay.
finally, we have ship weapons, so
like
listen
really
to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat.
Especially with sniping.
It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate. Finally, the really cool stuff, explosions. So we can put a cinematic element, a shockwave element, and a delayed speed of sound effect.
Like that? That's cool. But when is all
And
this
that's
stuff
way
coming?
too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice more from further distance. So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave, and the explosion itself.
Okay, fine.
This is all completely driven by parameters in the game, so we can do this for real whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
One more? All right, one more. Ah, your message got retracted.
That's pretty cool. So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments.
Feel the game, Halo.
So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel more real.
Unreal Engine 5.
And that's not all we can do. We can make sounds respond differently to changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in-game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from Phase 4 of the Genesis cycle. Light and sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Nature's wrath. So it's going to be storms?
Thank you, sir.
Earthquakes? Are we going to have earthquakes?
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game, and they're truly awesome, but they're also completely static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want to bring with Genesis is the evolution of clouds over time. But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation. We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions.
How often do they talk
So this
about
means
clouds?
things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model. So it now correctly accounts for how light scatters multiple times inside a cloud. And this is important, creates much deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here. Something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Pretty nice, but they killed my
Now, it would be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up.
Why not?
It's a nice day on the surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming naturally in changing shape. They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data.
Oh, it's 20
stratus
speed. I was
and
gonna say,
cumulus
is that
alike.
sped up?
Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play. We are seeing enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers.
Dynamic weather.
Now, as this is closing in, we can start to see the changes in visibility of the area. Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer. We didn't manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front. Now we're trying to see the wind picking up. Terrain and rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the overall environment are responding to the weather. The system is changing the world around us.
Okay.
We can see puddles being formed dynamically in the dirt, properly responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it it's getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
I mean, hype for weather, I guess, but because this is not coming anytime soon.
Conditions are deteriorating. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here.
They're going to remake all the planets they've already done. Elon Lukes. I'm calling him Elon Lukes from now on. That's right. That would be so cool. Especially if you have like a cloud planet or something.
Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
That's Benoit's voice, isn't it? Ah, it's flying around a box. I guess it does that anyway in the game already. Fabric is moving. Remember when they showed that in CitizenCon 5 years ago? I'm getting too jaded. You need to hook up your brain. The game needs to use your brain as a GPU. Alright. In DayZ you'd need to like start a fire and sit by it to get warm. Yep. Yep, we're not slowing down. This game's not slowing down. Amazon fucking catch up. NVIDIA's gonna have to skip the 5000 series. We're going straight to 6000. I like the lightning light coming through the cockpit window. That's cool. I feel like lightning is something they've teased for many, many years as well now. They're culling, Furious. They're culling, so it's all going to work. I mean, I guess it doesn't work now, so who cares, right? You might as well just find different ways to break it.
It's getting very sparky up here. Recommend deviation.
That would be super annoying. Getting struck by lightning. What if your shields can help you next time? 5 years, the 6000 series would definitely be out by then.
Wow! Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver, to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience. So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation, it's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions, so you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging. And then, of course, we saw the lightning, which plays havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out. And these storms will sometimes be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
Soon. Yeah, I mean,
a wise yogi once said, it's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course. All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes, instead leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of coriant places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay, without art and design hand-placing locations, and leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data. That's our Star Engine presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you on the next one.
2025 is going to be 100 planets.
Hello viewers, I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium, and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams.
That's cool.
Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit.
Yeah,
but
I don't know,
think
man.
What's special about doing it here, just down the road from the studio. It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with, and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time. Whereas last time, it was amazing and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks. But it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Just lay up and the systems.
It must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and
leaving the space station while you go through the doors open.
Here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. No one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the community, it's just incredible.
We definitely got new biomes.
Well,
so I can mark
with all that hard work that you just got to show off to everyone here today, what are the main 3 takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said,
Did that work?
The whole Genesis set of technologies, it's all about creating more worlds faster and
so
better.
New biomes, we expected that.
Things look great, Pyro looks incredible, but we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark
AI
and
planet
do it
generation
across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts. But all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So, what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
New creatures?
That's
not really.
Fair. I love all those people. The dynamic weather demo. I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible.
I should have guessed the dynamic weather
I have
stuff.
to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it
building
beautiful.
interiors.
And
yeah.
his team, of course, over in Frankfurt. They're all incredible.
That was debatable, right?
Well, I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out.
What I mean by that is
it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't.
You know what I mean? I'm thinking about
Very humble.
inside of skyscrapers in
Tell us
cities.
a bit more about what players can expect off the bat.
Squadron 42 will be at
Genesis.
the end, I think.
What are the biggest changes coming
The very last
there?
presentation.
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we deliver
I would hope,
live,
for their
you're going to
sake,
start to see all of these
it comes
things
in at the
come
end.
together. You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps
I
along
made
the
this
way
joke already,
as well
but
in
these
the future,
bartenders actually
where
work.
We won't just be showing you pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring. Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited to get this into people's hands.
I'm expecting like
Beautiful.
Habs.
The personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact?
Persistent hangers, you can have
interact with?
persistent Habs.
Absolutely. The swamp demo with the water
And,
interaction.
Building interiors is something they haven't talked about for a long time.
I've seen like the clip in the background, but seeing it there and it just working is great. I love it. And I
don't know how base building is going to fit into all of
You're going to
this.
explore so much more reason to be in the water and see it all. I'm very excited. Yeah.
Immersion's obviously very important to our community, but I would just want to touch on the work you and the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans except come up and say hello if you are one. Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well, but there are so many people that go into making technology like this, whether it be the water sim, the rendering, and all the people that worked on that, or the Planet Tech, and all the people who have worked on the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and then the people who work today. It's not
Furious,
just me.
you're not thinking big enough.
We have a group of people, and everyone.
We want
brings a
whole
unique
metropolises.
It's amazing. It's great.
Planet-sized cities. Fully explorable.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this
With
tech,
day-night
including
cycles.
yourself.
And everyone having their own job.
Yeah.
Dynamically generated trash.
Uh,
I like seeing the Pico get shot.
Absolutely. Shoot that guy. He doesn't. We don't need him.
His sitcom's gone off the rails.
Speaking of community, I think it might be time to throw over to Dan, who's checking out the community booths. Dan, are you ready for us?
I love these accents.
Yeah.
Community
Thank you,
booths.
Kirsten, and thank you, Will. It turns out water is wet, and no one better to tell us than Will. Now, guys, we are here back at CitizenCon on the show floor waiting for the next panel. We'll be back in a little bit for that, but I want to continue showing you guys some of the awesome stuff we have here on the show floor. So I'm here now at the Monster Tech Sim Pit area. Monster Tech, we had an awesome promotion with
Stranded on a Planet type scenarios. That's my kind of thing. Like, I was thinking that when they showed the lightning.
Look at that RSI branding. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Chris Roberts now.
What are we? Some kind of No Man's Sky?
So let's take a look at this booth right now. We have an awesome
So, you know, like,
where players are playing Arena Commander.
Maybe you get like struck by you get struck by lightning, or you get shot or something, and yeah, you need to sort of land and repair your ship. Like that kind of experience I kind of want. Finding a destroyed carcass of a ship you have to repair and things like that with resource gathering, yeah, that would be cool too. Like, if Genesis could lead into that, that would be cool. Like the whole idea that Genesis will be like making the whole universe from scratch essentially. I don't know if like they'll, because like they've said in the past that Nyx is kind of done. Obviously Pyro is pretty far along. So like, geez, they're gonna have to do all of that all over again. And how do landing zones work with with all this, right? Elon Mooks is going to upload your consciousness into the game, and when the servers go down, no refunds on your consciousness. No refunds. I think that's that would be a that's an idea for a movie, right? Sounds like Tron. Imagine being Tron. Oh, that's a dev, isn't it? Imagine Tron, but you're stuck in Star Citizen.
Sam, why don't you show us what that looks like?
Oh, thank you, mother. More tea.
Hi guys.
No, that's what on. That's what
over to the community booths. So I'm right here at our SIG props booth.
I should take a piss while all this is going on.
Special PCs right here on the desk. So
Overlex PC, okay.
Could be winning. Hang on to those challenge coins. That is a 3XS PC from our friends over at Scan. Thank you so much.
That PC won't run Star Citizen.
So, at the props booth today, I am here with Tom, Joe, and Anise, who are going to be working on stuff throughout the day. So, Tom, what is it that you're working on today?
We have the goodie bag that's going to be, part of the, if you bought it, you would have it, and we are doing some of the props that will be part of the pack. I'm doing, the stuff that we have.
Amazing. So, how are you finding?
But yeah, the first panel, of course, kind of interesting, but you know what I mean? It's kind of a daunting idea, the idea that like, it's not like them going back to the drawing board, but like, you understand the change, right? Like,
unfortunately, Tom is working on a project that
you need this idea that you have to make a fucking 100 star systems, because that's a promise we made 20 years ago. They have to sort of change dramatically how everything is created.
So, could you tell us about one of the props that you're most proud of from Star Citizen?
So it's always like, 3 steps backwards to get 2 steps forwards, you know what I mean? It looks cool. But like, when are we going to see that at all? When are we going to see any of that stuff? And just what kind of new bugs are going to be introduced? Like, server meshing, that's cool tech, and if they can get a 30 FPS lock, that's great, but obviously it's introducing a ton of problems and bugs. I mean, server meshing means for the next few years the game's going to be buggy as hell, but Genesis,
in the studio as well.
this game is not going to be in a playable state in the next 5 years, right?
They will be happy to show you guys all of their amazing...
As they're working through the issues with server meshing and dynamic server meshing and planet generation, and how all these systems interact, it's just going to create so many issues. And it's going to take years and years and years to iron them all out, because of course it does.
Yeah, I'm going to go over this way.
So we'll catch up with Sam in a bit. So we're gonna this is Dan's show now.
It'll be like 2 years from now. We'll be like, what happened with Genesis?
One of my favorite bits is getting to interact.
Remember when they introduced Genesis? Whatever happened with that?
Parts about being part of the Star Citizen community is being part of an org. And one of our first orgs we're going to look at today is Nova. Now, Nova is one of our awesome orgs that has a community booth here today. You can see they're giving a ton of stuff out. Let's take a quick look at some of their theming of the booth. They have some awesome video stuff playing. We've asked them to turn it down a little bit.
Which is cool, I don't mind science experiments. And as I said, I bought the starter pack. I bought the Aurora MR, and I don't want to spend any more money. So it doesn't affect me, but it's still kind of,
It's going all right, and you?
yeah, it's pretty bizarre and interesting project. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is wild. We knew that dynamic weather and stuff like that is coming. They talked about that before, but it's probably the right approach to go from like the ground up. How do we solve all of these problems? Have one big kind of systemic kind of auto-generated solution. That's kind of interesting. Learning from the lessons of other games that use procedural generation, but yeah, man.
That's awesome. So both new players and old players alike.
Yeah, I mean,
anyone who's interested in being part of you guys.
like this, nobody should be spending money on this game because obviously server meshing is not in, and server meshing needs to work for this game to function at all. So you're putting like hundreds of thousands of dollars into this game. It's just like, you should know what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Every day of the week for our members to just enjoy and get out into the verse. Last year we
Yeah, well, server meshing comes with 4.0, and Chris Roberts has already said by the end of this year, server meshing by the end of the year, which I don't necessarily believe that, and I don't necessarily believe that server meshing will fix all server problems, but now.
13,500 people. That is awesome. What do you guys have here? Let's take a quick look again at their booth. There's some
Yeah, I
cool
might.
stuff they have here.
Like, I feel kind of bad because Star Citizen is basically my main game, but I don't spend money on it because I still kind of half expect the whole company to implode and the whole project to go under. But I do kind of want to support the devs, of course. Yeah.
Anything to do with helping people, that's what they do. Nova Defense is our Navy, Air Force, Marines on the ground.
Yeah, and it's like the folks like that, you know, I get that kind of American entrepreneurial spirit, right? You know what I mean? Where you shoot for the stars, and half of that is like kind of inspiring, I guess, but the other half of that is kind of like a freaking taking people for a run, you know? Elon builds hype to generate business for himself. And yeah, Chris Roberts is no different.
And it's a great looking booth. And that was all of them, right?
Branches. Yes, that's all the branches.
Amazing. So, guys, if you are here at CitizenCon, check
AI is cool, but like, you know, it's more of a, it's a bit gimmicky. AI is a bit of a gimmick. Initially impressive, but the more you see AI images and talk to AI, you can talk to ChatGPT now. Like, if I can, what if I, let's see what ChatGPT thinks of
So guys, I want to thank you guys for coming to CitizenCon. I'm being told we need to wrap for time.
Hello?
So I unfortunately need to throw over to Sam.
not bad. I'm just watching CitizenCon 2954.
Let's get ready for Jared. Lots of people talking in your ear. What people don't realize is
2954 must be pretty exciting.
Yeah,
Highlights or announcement? It sounds like you're really enjoying it. What's been the most exciting part of CitizenCon for you so far?
The Genesis
The new Genesis ship.
No, Genesis Tech. Genesis Tech.
Don't get old. Alright, so we just finished our Star Engine presentation.
About the potential it has.
I think that it sounds interesting, but I'm not entirely sure it will work as planned.
Comes with a bit of uncertainty. It will be interesting to see how they navigate any challenges, and if they can make it as revolutionary as it sounds. What are your hopes for it?
Sorry, I've got to go. I'll be back.
CitizenCon worthy.
No worries.
So our next presentation are a group of several
Jeez.
dear friends of mine.
Jeez. The AI is not there yet, man.
You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation that I have wanted to do here at CitizenCon for years, and in 2024, well, the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This is was what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them all the attention and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Bossiger and A Social Universe.
Yay. So this is org stuff, I guess?
Okay. Hello! Can you hear me?
It's good that we have Benoit.
1, 2.
I like Benoit.
All right, cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation, that was Benoit. In this one, I am Balt, my player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss A Social Universe. But before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one. I took this in our last technical preview demonstration. And God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very, very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys have been thousands to come and help us test this technology. And the team and I are really humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now,
yeah, Servertech is...
The above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of playing a massively multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players. And for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this side of the game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in Mobiglass. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan. Our goal, as a reminder, in Star Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game, or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy, a warning. What we're going to show you is very early work, and we will not be making a revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century.
No breaking boundaries.
And so in order to do this, we've enlisted some help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly pulled from our community hub. You're going to see some player names on screen. Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're always there for us. They get the worst and worst of the builds, and they do get power through.
Need that, actually.
This is an actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the prisoner mentioned here from the work mines. And so, I'm not going to lie. This presentation is going to be a lot of mobiGlass. It's not super flashy. But focus on what the tools will allow you to do and their impact.
New mobiGlass.
But for this, I need some help myself. So I'm going to make a party. And I'm going to get some developers to help. So let me first invite our senior systems designer, Gabriel Hector.
Okay.
Hello, CitizenCon. Hope you're doing all right. And Ben, you forgot to cover the Swedish before in your earlier introduction, so tjena.
Ah, nice. All right, we need some more.
Okay.
Let's invite Assistant Design Director, JJ, to the stage.
We're making parties, boys.
My spot's quite far away. Yeah, no, you walk it up. Walk up. Okay, so social universe begins with your friends. That's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So we're taking our oldest app in the mobiGlass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay.
How much money he has?
Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all, then.
What? So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status. So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while.
Online 5 years ago.
Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice.
Multiple characters.
So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list, so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for your convenience. Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
So you've got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice.
That's right.
Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
Yes, you can.
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called black holing them from communications. So you can't see them talk, and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well.
These
now we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago.
Yeah,
you remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
I'll report.
All right, so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on!
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with a friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh.
Yay. A mini fleet manager, what does that mean?
So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So it's no longer an absolute free-for-all. And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So as we add more and more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shared player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on, just so you're a bit harder to find while you are streaming. And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
It's a party for the eyes.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger shards, I know I'm the bigger shards guy now, but we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So, the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Wow.
So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, Then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group. And this is all purely because we want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, roleplay, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas. It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
Yeah, like a kind of Vandal.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. And I can share my party with the Party Finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already.
Talk about new creatures, really,
how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize the chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own.
Okay, great.
We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in. And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat login.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /DL commands, as well as sending DMs to other players.
Okay.
What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than Xenofret. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up.
That's just a location though, right?
Another thing we're adding is item links, and
not a real, like,
you'll see
place in
why
space,
you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you to connect your friends with one another, right?
Okay, fine. Thanks, I get it.
So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean, Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
I mean, if it's just Mick L2, I could just say I'm at Mick L2. I want like I'm at this location on this planet, you know what I mean? Type of
Hey, Ben.
link.
Hey.
That would be useful.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone.
Ben.
Good to
My
see
friend
you all
has my
here.
location anyway, so.
So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this.
This stuff is in the margins, you know.
So again, I mentioned it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations as well. What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync, and anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. Okay, so it's been used in expected ways and unexpected ways by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Klim.
Klim? What is it?
Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel. In fact, we're the best in the whole system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Wait, we have hooch?
Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
Still better than Starfield.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah. It was that day when I met Mr.
My face
Preston
always looks like I've had a stroke. Like
that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple. Apples.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the can.
Jake is funny, right?
What are you looking at, sir? Go away.
I guess they're going to try and show that it's not janky anymore. We fixed it.
So that was all content made by the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Hey, Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey, Ollie. It's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using VoIP. Where are you?
Drive. That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power of VoIP and my webcam. We've been working on VoIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
That sounds awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Where's the nano machine?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this.
Looks okay.
Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam. And this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also started to add in secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face shapes, like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh? Ah!
Okay, that's fine.
And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're also seeing a small quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with VoIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's change up my appearance here a little bit and see what we can make. The super cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing. And this is great if you want to see what VoIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance.
Yeah, faces have never looked that great.
Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we?
Jesus.
We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from. And I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have. Okay, that's wild. Not quite what I'm looking for, but what else do we have? Dreadlocks. Super cool.
Just keep on piling them on.
Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like. Let's stick with that for now. That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer, but I'm going to go ahead and remove my beard here, because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face.
It's not great, is it?
We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle
through
a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking, and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face, with no detriment to the mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam.
Unreal's much better than this.
You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here, which I think is a great way of not only showing the countless combinations of heads that we can make, but also that VoIP will continue to work with anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
I do like the character creator, but VoIP and stuff I don't really use that much. But yeah, keep working on it.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality.
Is really important too.
So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in the game for when this is working and when this is not working. When you're transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
What? Am I done?
Should we get Gabe back on?
Yeah, let's get Gabe back in here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
All right, now we've made some friends, we've joined parties, and we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Ben behind you.
Oh! The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago, and this allowed new players and experienced players to match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course
gameplay.
we are.
Okay. Fine.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And
now.
while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes.
This is all important stuff, you know.
So we want to keep the guide types from the website because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No teaser. You're teasing.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet.
Yeah.
And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well.
You have to go to outside the game.
And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience.
More menus.
But why become a guide?
Not this screen, you're going to click the other screen.
No. You want to get paid.
Yeah, the guide to help you
some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today,
a key bike guide. We need a key
there are going to be rewards available for those of you that do put the effort in.
Because we like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player, and I need training in a key area.
Yeah.
How does this all tie together?
I mean, they have tooltips, but
Let me answer my own question. It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good. Yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted,
no one responds.
They can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now, all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do? What are we going to do to make sure that whoever is answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
Okay.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive.
Okay.
The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons.
This is high.
You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region.
Interesting. Okay.
So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good.
Yeah.
or you like to misbehave a lot.
Money worthwhile. Money,
Failing a beacon will result in losing rating.
I don't care about money anymore.
And then repeat offenders will enter
money has to have value.
The red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well, in the many different ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit,
sounds like a good idea.
will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the Beacon broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff. But they're not the only ones getting ganked. The Beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the Beacon responders? Well, we want to give you some idea of the risk you're putting yourself into by responding to the Beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed.
So you have to do 5 good deeds before you control someone.
Yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So,
am I reading that right?
Well, we've got one more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. That is exciting. I like this one.
Did someone mess with the slides?
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
That's
all right.
Sounds like we've got a few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
The beacon for 20K is
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC.
Now we're talking.
There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website.
By the way, 70,000 active organizations.
69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just the name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game. Should you choose to join or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Baltzfall Buccaneers.
Those guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out. Sorry about that, James.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep.
Fair enough.
Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions, and we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes!
Aliens
Let's start with the
boots.
basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
If they tease aliens,
so
I would
welcome
believe
to the
them.
new app for everything
Recruitment.
orgs.
Oh my god, it's in-game.
Jeez. With the mask.
Finally,
So,
they're putting stuff in the game.
orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So, let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission
Rejected.
and crafting and leveling up.
Rejected.
But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines,
This is too
shipboarding
stressful.
action. We get all that sweet
I
cargo
can't get
for free.
rejected.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those crates?
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big
Yeah,
orgs.
chuck all that stuff in the
Well,
character
I
creator.
prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say
I want to
that
be
we
mixed-raced
like playing different
person in
ways,
the
and we'll
character
want to
creator.
join different orgs. The recruitment tab is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best
Dead
first
cats.
impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like
What?
he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have to speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find a home. And we
shit.
want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining
Filters are
tons
hype.
of different
Search
gameplay
bars
in
and
tons of different
filters
ways.
are hype.
So you can search by name if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading in PvP, or maybe you like events
Clan
like the
Wars,
Daymar
let's do
Rally.
it.
Safe, yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
Planet Wars. Now we're
What if I
talking. Come
love
on.
committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
What's that got to do with the presentation? Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
So, we allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
No.
Oh, yeah. So we're
Okay.
keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger.
One bigger.
So we're giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game too.
One bigger.
And we wanted to keep it because we've all played games where it's far too limited. Like one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Did you say multiple
Yeah,
characters?
and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app.
You really burned out about the
This
service.
is the summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see,
a lot of pain.
well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and org information. Simple stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log. So in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life.
Hey, some days
of
they
being
work,
an org member.
some days.
Okay, we're also adding an
Sometimes
events
the server
calendar.
serves you, and
So
sometimes you serve the server.
by default,
The calendars are tight.
So by default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never miss another meetup to get together for group content.
Fishing.
It's tough to get
Fishing
everyone on
confirmed.
at the same time, right? So use this for your Convoy Tuesdays, Casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access this info even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're into multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time. Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute.
That's a tough goal.
You
I don't think I've ever had 50 million.
And choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends. But we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6. Because really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Moby screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch to avoid exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, playing by the rules. And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
What's a tag?
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chat, in
2
world.
hours max is good
and
for me.
if you're not interested in this stuff, you have the option to turn it off as well.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
Wow. That person's in my
JJ,
org.
I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild.
Okay.
Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0, so it's a big choice.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org's alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Like, this stuff is
anything you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them. So, for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild,
type of thing.
or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
This is like
another tease.
Systems. as well, progressing as a group, which is good. But, you know...
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access.
This is going to cause lots of drama.
We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Okay. Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
But what if I leave the org?
It's not very loyal, so it resets.
Right. Well, so, you know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and, you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
Well, let's have a look at the Members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place in it.
These tabs are getting pretty detailed.
So in here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members.
Right.
And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well.
You get kicked.
This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community.
You're out, you're kicked.
And you'll
Forget it.
see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank, and, well, it could be things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage! God!
Come on.
So, all right, so orgs form and friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
It would, wouldn't it?
I like rank 2. People are going to get demoted if they don't fucking grind hard enough. This is all WoW all over again.
It's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So, you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war.
Yay.
And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along.
Some people get
Maybe
like it, but
an org
I don't
keeps attacking or stealing from you.
Get into it.
Alliance is forming an agreement between two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Unlike real life.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well.
There's another way to do that too.
And as a bonus, allied orgs are going to have
if
additional lines of communication, like alliance chat,
Imagine
or
being
being able to share alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
So, rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green. Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list. People on your kill list that we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange. If you're not, well, they're not legal to attack. That's the go straight to jail card if you kill them here. So we'll be adding accessibility options for this stuff as well, to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Colors in the UI. Oh my god. Colors.
So, that's everything for orgs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg. And we didn't have time to show you everything, but there's lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah, I guess you'll be able to see what
have we learned?
You're a part of.
We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the MobiGlass, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information.
Otherwise, you can
richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamped beacons and guide system powered by rating and proficiency.
The beacons are hype. I like that.
On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Yay.
We're obviously with a new orgs app, but also alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members, representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits, and loyalty to your orgs, and alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe.
They need a high-sec system.
We're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah. It's a little teaser for tomorrow's Crafting Your Home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future. Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there.
See ya.
You make your own t-shirts and hats? You can put logos on your what? Okay. I'm reaching for the Tripe button. I'm reaching for the Tripe button.
Yes! Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it? Let me put that crap on a shirt. All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain yourself for the next 45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then two presentations.
Cosplay.
I promise.
You don't
it's
want to
only
miss.
up
I get it.
from here. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you in about an hour.
I think you want to nuke. I want to nuke like the forests and the jungles, man. I'll nuke that and like have it like be like destroy all the trees and set fire to the stuff. And I want that kind of stuff. I actually forgot to mark farming. Why is the brushes always tiny? Give me a big brush. Yeah, I forgot to mark farming. Farming was kind of teased a bit in the first panel. But what else did we get? Org tools, yeah, that one we got. Anything else? No AI crew. Player trading. Player trading they didn't really talk about. That's interesting. That could have been a time to talk about player trading and they didn't really mention it. I don't think these guesses are very good, actually. Like, I don't know if I'm going to get AI. Surely I'm going to get AI crew. Regrouping on the planet with houses behind them. Yeah, I'm really hoping to have some mention of habs, like in specific reference to instancing, because now they can instance the what do you call it? The hangers. But I haven't heard anything about that yet. So yeah, my bingo's not doing that great. You know, with Vulkan, I'm expecting like a lot of updates, like VR. All of that all that face tracking stuff I didn't really care about. No combat mechs. All you gotta do is put a gun on an Atlas. Come on, guys. Maybe they'll show that in the Squadron 42. I don't think there's any mechs in Squadron 42 actually. All right. I'm gonna quickly go take a break. Take a piss, and I'll be back soonish. Stay tuned. Oh. My back. I'm getting too old for this shit. Oh man. I need to like do some stretching or something. Alright, I got my tea. I got some chocolate just to maybe give me a bit of energy to get through this. Halfway through. Just like Star Citizen. So, Mr. Furious, how long have you been following the game for? You've been like, you one of the OG backers or? Sounds like you had a real love-hate relationship with Star Citizen. Don't we all though? Don't we all? Four years, yeah, three for me. So I think you know, well, certainly long enough to get past the honeymoon period, you know. Yeah, like guys around our length of our tour of duty, our length of service, however you would describe it, tend to fit into a weird category. Well, not the OGs. The OGs are probably even more bitter and twisted than us, but still been around long enough to know what's a load of shit and what is probably coming, because you know, in the past 3 years the game has changed a lot, of course. And it's not like they've done nothing, but you know, watching sitcoms like this, you can kind of see through the information. Like something like apps, social apps, or the VoIP stuff probably will get in a reasonable amount of time, but that Genesis stuff is like, yeah, wake me up when that's in the game. Visiting an old friend to see if they're doing well. Yeah, man. It's weird, like, because obviously there's new stuff, but it's like some stuff improves and other stuff breaks, and it's just maintained this weird equilibrium over the years. Yes, things have been added. Yes, things have improved, but it just still all, yeah, kind of feels the same in a weird way. How much RMC has been harvested by salvages in the verse? Yeah, these are always sales events, but I see these presentations as kind of like, say for example, where the investors, right? So these are kind of like investor reports in a way, you know. They're a way for CIG to sort of say, hey, thank you for spending your money. This is what we've been spending your money on. And they're trying to convince you that the money that you've invested was not a waste of money, and to invest more, right? Yeah, the flight gameplay changes, yeah. Yeah, well, that's a can of worms, right? Even the new power stuff, getting rid of the power triangle, I haven't played around with the new patch, to be honest, because like I said, it's 30k'd and now I can't call my ship, so I'm stuck. in the PU at the moment. Yeah, they've been talking about server meshing for like 8 years, 7 or 8 years. You know, it's been the better part of a decade they've been talking about server meshing. So I just want them to fucking get it into the game and shut the fuck up about it. I don't hear about server meshing anymore. Hopefully they'll get it in by the end of the year, because I don't want to hear about it anymore. So yeah, you know, if server meshing doesn't radically change the game, from what I'm getting from this CitizenCon is like, this is going to be this game's going to be in a bad state for the next, you know, possibly forever. And best case scenario, like 3 to 5 years, wallet meshing, you know what I mean? Like, how long is Genesis going to take to get into the game? And how long before it gets into the game that it starts to perform well and not create memory leaks? I mean, the new clouds in ArcCorp look fantastic, and they completely destroyed my game. I can't get near them because they're so they just sap all my memory. And like, you see a forest like that just extends out into the horizon, and it's like, that looks fantastic. Is that going to blow up my game? Am I going to get glitched into a tree? Am I going to fall through a planet still? Like, they should have a presentation about, hey, look, glitches don't happen anymore. Hey, look, things don't get stuck in your hand anymore. You can put something down and it stays down, right? If they had a presentation like that, where it's like, hey, we fixed this, this, and this, the hype meter would be through the roof, right? Which is kind of what like last year's presentation did. It was sort of talking about server meshing and showing a demo of server meshing. So that's why I felt like last year was such a great CitizenCon. Here it's like, yeah, you're just really leaning into the Star Citizen as a simulation aspect, which is just comes with a lot of baggage, a lot of history, you know. I mean, the number of issues and glitches and just basic stuff not working, guns sticking out the back of your back, and you know, not being able to reload, not being able to loot efficiently. What is the most flown vehicle across all jump towns? It is the Redeemer. The Corsair. C1. C1. That's my final answer. C1. Or the A2, I should say, right? I mean, I've jumped into a couple of the server meshing tests, and hey, it's not perfect, but at least it's feels real, you know. At least you can test it, jump in and test it, and it feels a bit more tangible than it ever has. But you know, it just introduces new bugs. Which is why all of this stuff is so exciting and depressing simultaneously, right? The Genesis stuff, that all looked cool, but you know, oh man, it's going to come with kind of like a tech cost. To debug, I mean, there's been multiple tests. So the most recent test, the Drake Corsair, I should have guessed. The most recent test I was a part of, there was like this a rock solid 30 FPS server FPS. It was crazy. The server meshing tests didn't have missions hooked up to them, so it was tough to find people to fight. But like when I was getting into firefights, I was getting annihilated. There was still some interaction delays and stuff like that, depending on the tests. Some of the larger tests, they did a test with 2,000 players in a shard, and that apparently didn't work very well. Yeah, that always happens. I mean, bugs get squashed and then they just come back. It's like, oh, I got that bug again. You know, I used to fly my Aurora around, and I would always like glitch through the roof. Constantly glitch through the roof. Like you would lie in your bed, you'd get out of the bed and you just pop out through the top of the spaceship, and that bug has, you know, come and gone over the years and come back. But I'm hoping, yeah, 4.0. I hope it comes as soon as possible, and I hope that it won't come with like a 2,000 player cap, but I hope it comes with a modest player cap and some better server performance. I'm really curious about that. Whoops, my thing kept turned off.
Me too.
Yeah, they have a lot of testing channels now. So, you know, they have the tech preview channel. They have, of course, Evocati and all the PTU waves, and of course they have live. So they were testing server meshing in the tech preview. At the same time, they were testing the 4.0 code base. 324.2 is the 4.0 code base, apparently. So maybe that's why it's glitchy as hell. Hopefully when 4.0 lands, it's one less thing to worry about, but still, you know, it's going to be a nightmare regardless. Yeah, you know, a part of this whole situation is about there's a saying, you know, you should get caught trying, right? Maybe they're not going to be able to do half of the things that they promised, but they should at least show that they're trying, right? And you know, there's a lot of hustle going on. Famously doing, what was it, like 7 day a week days in the lead up to CitizenCon. A lot of crunch. So, you know, I feel sorry for the devs. Of course, they have to deal with Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts is obviously a maniac, but without Chris Roberts, you don't have Star Citizen. So it's sort of like, you know what I mean? I think that the key is just don't get too emotionally invested. Walk away when it's, you know, don't get angry, just walk away, you know what I mean? And if I get sick of Star Citizen, I'm not gonna turn into some weird hater. I'm just gonna play something else, you know. You talk to some people online who are just like foaming at the mouth about Star Citizen, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't care. I don't care that much. But it's like $50 I spent 3 years ago. I don't give a shit. But some people will be like, I spent $2,000 on this game and it still hasn't been released and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you spent $2,000 on a computer game? What are you doing? Why would you spend $2,000 on a computer game? What was your possible return on investment? What were you possibly thinking spending $2,000 or more on a computer game? It's ridiculous the amount of money that gets spent on this game. And if you're spending that crazy amounts of money, then you got to blame yourself a little bit in part. Exactly, yeah. I think that's another aspect to it. Like, following Star Citizen, I look at things through a Star Citizen lens, you know. It's just like, this game took 8 years to make. It's like, well, you know, yeah, games are expensive. You hear like how GTA 6 cost like $1 billion to make or whatever, or $2 billion to make, and it's like, yeah, this stuff's expensive. It takes a long time and it's very expensive. At least Rockstar are spending their own money, not other people's money. The Concord situation as well, that was like 7 or 8 years in development. You know, chasing a particular genre and failing, you know, that was such a messed up situation. Skull and Crossbones and Suicide Squad, and there's so many games that you can look at and sort of say that took 8 years to make. Why? And then you look at Star Citizen, it's like, well, yeah, it's 12 years, but it's actually more, you know, it is more ambitious. There is, you know, it's more, in terms of fidelity, it's higher than something like Starfield, for example, but, you know, the ambition comes at a cost, right? If you have 1,000 people working on your game and you have 100 different kind of aspects of your game, then really all you've got is like just a bunch of small teams slowly crawling along. So, you know, Star Citizen is horribly hamstrung by its ambition, and it will probably never get to a good place. It will never be bug free. Star Citizen will just never be bug free, but if they quit mucking around with the back end, get a minimum viable product, and start selling games instead of selling ships, then those are the main 3 things that I would like to see. Yeah, I'm not really into this whole anti-woke crusades. I think that all the anti-wokers are boring as fuck. I'm sure that corporations are pandering to certain demographics, but you know, that's just what corporations do. And they fail. All you have to do is make a good game. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, Ubisoft needs a hard reset. Ubisoft's in trouble. But that's the other thing too, right? Like, if you start shoveling shit out to the general public, eventually your profits start going down. So it's like, Making a good game is tough, I'm sure. Like what is good? What does good even mean? You know what I mean? And there's all these magic in a bottle, lightning in a bottle type games, like games like Helldivers or Power World will just come out of nowhere and be a massive hit. And it's like, you never know what's gonna go off, but you know, Ubisoft, there are certain companies that are just naked ambition, you know. They're quite clearly just trying to juice their profit margins. I think, was it Bethesda? Bethesda was owned by some company, and they were just like, dude, get out Starfield now, bump up the share prices by a whole bunch, monetize this, put a shop on like Fallout 76, monetize modding, do this and this, you know, increase the value of the company by a couple billion, and then they all sold their shares, and now they're, you know, multi-billionaires, I should say. You know, game companies are just run by corporations. And people look at Star Citizen, people look at CIG and go, oh, this is the solution. This is the solution. We don't have a publisher, so we can work at our own timeline. But, you know, approaches like Star Citizen obviously, clearly have issues too. There's not a perfect solution. But it does give them the opportunity to create things like Genesis. Dragon's Dogma. What was that game? Was it Dragon's Dogma 3 that came out? Or was it No, I'm thinking of... Was it Baldur's Gate? Not Baldur's Gate, right? There was one game that was in early pre-release for ages, and was it Baldur's Gate 3? That one was very well received, right? I see. Yeah, I have heard some criticism of Dragon's Dogma 2. But I saw some guy online who like jumped on a dragon and was like flying around, and he was like flipping out. But it's like that kind of shit I've been doing for the past 3 years in Star Citizen, so Baldur's Gate is very good, yeah. So maybe, you know, maybe Baldur's Gate is the model. Nintendo have a similar model where they, with Breath of the Wild and that new one, Tears of the Kingdom, I think it's called, where they just kept the same company, they kept the same team, and they even kept the same engine. They're just working on the same engine to create the next step. And it seems like the Baldur's Gate team were just like really focused on creating a particular experience. But you know, by reducing your ambition, you can actually get further, you know what I mean? That's cool. Sounds cool. Because, you know, I don't think the CD Projekt Red model is great either, you know, like releasing a game 2 or 3 years too early, make it be broken, then just fix it through patches. I don't really particularly think that's a great model. Don't tell Chris Roberts that, otherwise he's going to have you riding space whales and hitting their weak points. The dragon's toe is the weakest point. Conveniently. Was there a game called was it Eye of the Colossus where you had to... Oh, I think also maybe in Am I thinking of the right game? Eye of the Colossus where you had to climb... There was only like a couple of giants that you had to fight in that game. That sounds like fun. Yeah, we haven't had any, they haven't mentioned new creatures. They sort of teased, I guess, insect sounds and things like that, which, you know, that sounds like small fry, but I really love that kind of stuff. Thing of Colossus. There's another game called IO, but I'm not sure if that was similar. Colossus in the name, right? I think it was like a PlayStation game. I have a bad memory. I'm too old and there's been too many games. I can't remember them all. One thing I like about Star Citizen is the persistent universe, you know? Because a lot of, like, ISCs and Star Citizen Lives and all this kind of stuff, all the trailers and the CitizenCons, it's all this hyping bullshit. And then you have the PU, where it's like all the bullshit just hits reality, you know? It's like you start to look at this kind of content as kind of like gum flapping, you know? Conan is in the movie, or is in Conan the game? What manufacturer has more vehicles available in player hangars than any other? Grey Cat? ROC is Grey Cat. What else would you put? You'd put like a... What is a Nurser? Is that Anvil? So what are you thinking, Furious? Are we going to get a release date for Squadron 42? By the end of today, right? We're gonna have a release date for Squadron 42, and it's gonna be like pre-orders. You can pre-order from here. If you want to spend $120, you can get the game a week early. RSI, okay. I guess RSI has the Nurser, right? So that makes sense. Mark Hamill's going to come out and say, order the collector's edition for $300. If they don't announce it now, I think they'd be in trouble. January 20... Okay. I didn't really put like a... delays. But before 2030, right? Before 2954, right? Do you own Squadron 42? I don't own Squadron. I haven't bought the game. But I don't pre-order, so I could have bought it before they took it down. 2030 if we're lucky. But I don't pre-order games, so I don't own Squadron 42. So I'd be curious, you know, I'm thinking probably next year. And then they'll delay it. But no. I don't care if it costs me extra money. The rarest vehicle in the verse? Our Rock DS. Oh no, maybe it's gonna be like the Omega whatever. Fucking one of these super. What are they called? The Mustang? The Omega Mustang? Ah! Start getting Dragonfly. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Especially when it's like there's a bunch of like trusted IPs like Kerbal Space Program, whatever the game's called. And I think a lot of people, or City Skylines as well, it's another example of people who were like, yeah, I love that first game, I'm gonna jump into the sequel, and it just sort of didn't work out. So even sequels you can't trust, you know? Yep, yeah, CD Projekt Red is a great example. I did end up buying Cyberpunk in the end. Spoonie. I don't know who Spoonie is. I did end up buying Cyberpunk, but I bought it 2 years after release, and I bought it for half price. And it still has bugs. They're not. It's not too bad. The bugs aren't too bad, but you know what I mean. So you use, I guess you make stuff in Unreal Engine, right? Do you make games? Yeah, right. I know that CD Projekt Red are going to go with Unreal from now on, and same with Halo. The devs at Halo were like, they said something about like they felt like they were a tech company rather than a game company, because they all they were doing was working on their engine, so they'd rather just grab a solution off the shelf and make an actual game. And so, you know, of course that relates to Star Citizen as well, right? Like, is it a game company or a tech company? Because they mainly just prototype and release different kinds of tech, right? Yeah, I think China is just one. China rules the world now. They got TikTok. they've got Tencent or whatever that fucking company's called. They rule the world. They can have it. I don't need the world. No, yeah, we've all got to bow down to our new AI overlords. You got to get that new chip. You got to get Elon Musk's new chip. Get that plugged into your brain, and all your troubles, all your worries, all your concerns will just melt away. Oh, the virus. Right, 1 minute. Let's get started. The last time this happened, they put another 30 minutes on the clock. What's the bet? They put another 30 minutes on the clock. It's a 50-50 bet, right? I think if they were gonna 15 minutes. Okay. I don't know anything about conspiracy theories. I don't get into conspiracy theories. It's weird that your comments getting deleted as well. That's conspiracy, but good luck with all that stuff. I guess. That comment came through. How does the algorithm pick that up? That's pretty... Yeah, man, that must be the algorithm picking that up. That's pretty interesting. So no gangbangs and nothing about the virus. Okay. We got it. I wonder what else we can't talk about. You've got like a handful of subjects you like to stick to. Furious. Star Citizen servers. I picked up China. I picked up Unreal Engine and Elon Musk. Or AI. I guess let's just say AI. Those are the big topics you seem to gravitate back to. I guess it's better than talking about I was going to say CitizenCon. I didn't mean that. Chris Roberts, if you're listening. I think this has been a fine CitizenCon. Genesis looks really cool. I guess it's just none of this is really up my alley, to be honest. Just yet. What's happening here? Okay, let's go back to the top. I so you like to draw? No, this is part of a my channel is like mainly playing Star Citizen, but you know, sometimes drawing. It's supposed to be an art channel, but I just find I play Star Citizen more than draw. I'm waiting for Star Citizen to just completely implode so I can just focus on drawing. No, it's not important. Star Citizen's not important as well. I do tend to think about it and talk about it a lot, but I guess following Star Citizen is good because it's not very important. It's pretty low stakes. You know, a lot of wars going on, a lot of shit going down. It's nice just to occupy yourself with something that's not so important. Do I see the size of it beginning to crack? I mean, yeah, I think this year has just been a bit more. This year is another one of those record-breaking funding years. They often pull in around 100 million a year, which is pretty good, but you know, I think they're financially over-leveraged. They bought a company. They bought Turbulent this year, which means they went from around 800 staff to now I think they're around 1,300 staff. And you know, staff is one of the biggest expenses in a business. You know, it just kills you just having a bloated roster of teams. They got studios in 5 different countries, I think, or like America and Canada, England, Germany. Your white trash family comment got pulled. That's so weird. I guess I grew up in a really boring, understimulating environment. So yeah, creativity was helpful there, I think. And it, you know, art helped me a lot. I think art got me through college, and it meant that I could live and work overseas now. And so, you know, without art, I'd have a very different kind of life. I think I wouldn't have the life that I have now, sitting at this fucking screen watching a goddamn thing countdown. What a wonderful life I'm living right now. listening to people lie to me. Sexual deviancy got in. White trash comment got pulled, but sexual deviancy comment got in. This chat is going off the rails. Yeah. Romeo and Juliet situation. My God. A turn in my Star Citizen CitizenCon livestream I wasn't expecting. I just dropped my thing. I think this tea has perked me up. Silent Hill style. I heard they remade that. A bit of chocolate and a bit of tea. That's all I needed for this second wind. Are you ready? Are you ready for another round? think that, you know, life can be pretty crappy in general, and it does feed into your art in a way. I am pretty happy these days, but I don't think my art is very happy. I think my art makes me look like I'm really depressed, but I'm not depressed. I'm very happy these days, but I think my art seems so dark. Come on, talking about hiding reality, let's go. Star Citizen. What's next is going to be like the fucking cosplay situation, right? We're going to have a cosplay competition. Last year was cringe, pretty cringe. So it can only go up from here. Well, good luck. I should have put a cosplay guess in my on my bingo. I hope someone dresses up as the sandworm. I should have put sandworm on the bingo card. What do you think the chances of the sandworm coming back? They said an old friend is returning, an old CitizenCon friend. It's probably the sandworm, right? Should we take bets? The over-under? My guess is that the sandworm will be a Arena Commander module. If I don't see someone sliding around on the floor like a slug, I'm gonna be disappointed now. Sandworm's coming, he's coming. But then, you know, obviously the sandworm is in a different star system than Stanton, but they can have different. They do have different star systems in Arena Commander already, so why not? Just chuck them in Arena Commander. All right, let's see. Let's listen to this. Man, it's so dramatic, this music. Do you think that it's still kind of loud? Asteroid worms, now we're talking. Asteroid worms does sound like an ailment though. You know, I had asteroid worms, but my doctor had a look at it, and you know, I managed to get it cleaned up. Worms that fly in space and eat asteroids. That is such a fucking cool idea. I'm expecting this CitizenCon to get even more unhinged. I'm expecting them to say we can make planets really quickly now. You've seen Genesis Tech. We can just spin up planets really easily now. Now look, we're gonna just make 100 star systems over the next year. and YOLO. So the next part, after the cosplay stuff, they're gonna talk about Beyond Pyro, and I'm sure they're gonna give a roadmap to 100 star systems. I just know it. Alright, looks like we're back with no sound. We can make them.
Am I on?
There'll be nothing there.
I'm on TV.
Yeah, I speak French.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do fromage. All right. Thanks, man. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that to get us on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show the thing. There we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody.
Wow.
You're on YouTube.
The energy is palpable.
My understanding is that if you're on YouTube, you automatically makes you a better person. All right.
Hey.
So we're going to take another walk. In case you guys missed the beginning of the show, we're going to explore the hangar area of the UES Barbary. We're going to start over here. We made you wait before, but we're going to take a look at this big guy. Excuse me, everybody. Old man hobbling. Yes, were you going to... No, I'm on. Wait, what do you want? What's going on? What's going on? All right, that's cool. Let's go do this. All right, we are going to this thing. Now, this is the Hornet F7A made by our partners at Mango Stone. It is fantastic. Hey, let's do another tour of the hangar, of the Hornet here, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Show the people the magic. So Mango Stone is a company down in the south of England. They've been doing all kinds of stuff for us.
You a better person.
When we revealed the Manchester office, you know, everybody knows we moved into the new Manchester studio about two and a half years ago. Mango Stone helped decorate a whole big part of it. They've done a number of mannequins and armor sets for us and helmets, and including 3 major ship models. Nothing this size, but they helped decorate the office. And when it came time for CitizenCon, we were like, you know, CIG is. It's like, do you think we could do a Hornet? And we're like, yeah, we could probably do a Hornet. We could do a Hornet. And then we found out how big it is. Do you know the Hornet in-game, like the actual in-game measurements, are 75 feet by 75 feet as a perfect square? That thing is huge. This guy here is 50 feet by 50 feet and still the same size as an F-16. So, yeah, the Hornet in-game is very big.
Drop your
and
weapon
Nate Dearsley, hold on, if you're watching, Nate, if you didn't make the Hornet so big, you wouldn't have had to make the Bengal so big. All right, let's keep looking. So this thing is pretty cool. Mango Stone is one of our trusted partners here. They've done all kinds of work for us. I asked them what we were going to do with the Hornet after CitizenCon, and we've got a lot of ideas. Nothing I can reveal today.
Throw it off the roof.
Let's just say that CitizenCon this year will not be the last you see of this amazing 50 by 50 by, I forgot how tall it is. It's probably more than 3 or 4 feet.
That gun, it's a pretty sexy gun.
I like the lighting effect. Look at this gun. Let's go look at the... Who knows what gun this is? I mean, obviously it's Apocalypse Arms, but what model is it? Remnant? This is a Remnant? Oh, yeah. Now, one of the things Mango Stone is known for is making weapon props for major motion pictures. One of the movies that you might have seen their stuff from is The Force Awakens, where they made a lot of the Stormtrooper armor and all their weapons in kit for that movie.
How did they make that?
Let's get one last shot, one last wide establishing shot of the Hornet. See how really cool this thing looks. And then we're going to do something. Here's something I can do that other people can't do. I can stand in here. Look, Mom, I'm getting in trouble. And go through here. Maybe go under this thing. I am making Tyler Wicken very nervous right now. I'm going to go under this thing. I may not be able to run, but I can still get low. Hey, where's my camera? Can you still see me? Where'd he go? Oh, he went the long way. I thought I was going to outsmart you. All right, so we're going to check out the rest of Hall B. Follow me this way. These are the stars.
Whoa.
Hi, Star Citizens.
Yeah.
Where are you from? From Florida? Where in Florida?
Zephyr Hills, Tampa area.
Tampa?
Yeah.
You got
This is
a
less
pass
interesting.
to Disney?
What the fuck is that thing?
Used to. Yeah,
Used to.
It's like furries
fair
in
enough, fair enough. Where are you from?
CitizenCon now.
Just outside of London.
Which is cool.
Just outside of London.
We don't mind.
Thanks for making the drive, man.
Don't mind a good furry.
Hey! Oh my gosh, embarrassing. We wore the same thing. Where are you from?
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Wow,
Oh,
what
that's a
brought
bit
you
of a
here?
drive.
Well, obviously.
It wasn't a trick question. I was just setting you up. It's all right. I haven't slept in about 3 days, so I'm like, what the heck? All right.
Surely he's in the cosplay.
Hey. No. I haven't slept in 3 days. Is this thing really here? You're seeing this too, right? All right. Ratty.
Yep. Let's do it.
What's your deal? You're like a technician?
Might as well.
All right. Hornet technician, I'm guessing? A little bit? I'm thinking about doing something really dumb right now.
That's the new alien race.
No, I want to be able to come to work on Monday. Thanks for being here, Ratty. Rats are carriers of communicable diseases, so that's all right. What? Who said hey, Jared? You said hey, Jared.
I did.
Oh, you said hey, Jared. What's going on?
I wanted to give you this.
Want to give me something? Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the back, and by the end of the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world, and you have a bag full of weird metal treatments, TSA really loves that. But thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins?
That's not an org one.
Yeah. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good rank. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation. Nice.
A real challenge coin.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket too. Yeah. I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling right now. So yeah.
Sushi. Yeah, I would say no as well. We've lost audio. It wouldn't be CitizenCon without audio issues, right? No. No. Do you trust these people with your money? What we're going to do, we're going to later.
Hello? Are we on?
Hey, it's working.
Hello. Am I back? All right.
We're
All right,
back.
we're back. Hall A, cheer for me!
Just do sign language, man.
All right, we made it through last year
I
pretty
need
good
money.
without any
Give me
major
money.
issues. And then I saw those those bingo cards show up on Reddit, and like the first square was technical issues, and I was like, no, we haven't had technical issues on one of these in a long time. And then this happened.
Why doesn't the camera have a microphone? Ah! How did he manage to do that? That looks terrible. I can make better nachos than that. Server lag, but in real life. The VoIP cuts in and out in the game as well. So this is just a.
Hello everyone, welcome back to CitizenCon. Here we are in
welcome
the
back
Addison
to a microphone
Lounge.
that works.
And thank you, Jared, for handing over. I think we lost you for a second there, Jared, from your voice. Thank goodness, is all I have to say. So here we are in the Addison
I
Lounge,
could make her
where
an
we'll find all sorts of
in the character
uninteresting
creator.
people and devs and whatever else. I wonder if there's anyone around here we could possibly annoy. Why, hello, Benoit. How are you doing today?
Benoit. Oh, fancy seeing you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good,
This is
thank
so
you,
cringe.
Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
Oh, I feel excited.
He's drunk.
As hell for everything that's left at CitizenCon. I
Is he
think
drunk or
everything
stoned?
is chef's kiss.
Yeah, this is how.
Beautiful.
This is how
Are there any highlights from this morning? Any main takeaways from either of the 2 presentations you've given already?
Well, now that my stress level.
Shut up! You're doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great too.
Hobbling
He's
away.
The man. He is the man. So,
I hope he doesn't have a nip
highlights.
slip
Well,
on
I mean,
camera.
now that my stress level is
I'll
down,
get demonetized.
I think both presentations were just stellar. I'm really happy to how it went, and I'm especially very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the Social Universe panel or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have been working like crazy. They deserve a hand. Let's go, guys. Let's give it up for the teams from the first 2 panels.
We always love our devs.
They were outstanding and have really given it their all, and it shows. And so for me, I can't really call a highlight. You know, I can't play any favorites. But damn, that Zeus exit was wow.
Yeah. Big respect to everyone who worked so hard on all the presentations today.
He does look like
So, as
someone
we
you could make
mentioned,
as a
today's
character
pretty
creator.
stacked already. We've got a lot more to come. But how does this CitizenCon here in Manchester compare to years previous?
I couldn't believe we could do a bigger CitizenCon last year, and this one's one bigger. And so it's absolutely fantastic. It's also great to have the biggest office right next to the venue. Last year was really complicated logistic-wise, right? To get everybody on the same page, flying people over. Now everybody's on site. It's been fantastic. We brought the crews from these other studios in, but overall having everybody here has been great. Plus, I mean, look at this. We have a almost full-size Hornet in the place. This is absolutely incredible. I couldn't believe we were actually doing it when I actually heard about it. and seeing it for real is just completely mind-blowing. And I just want to sit in it.
I wonder if she's
Jared,
like
can I sit in
albino.
it?
Like usually albinos have like a pink,
I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to sit in it.
pink eyes.
So,
They don't
does that
usually
mean
have,
next year's
pigmentation in the
CitizenCon could
eyes as
feature
well.
a whole C in Quebec?
Oh my God, that's the #1 question
So
I
I'm
get
not sure
all
if
the
she's
time
albino,
is,
but maybe
when are we
not.
gonna get a CitizenCon in Montreal? I don't know, but I would love a Hall C or a Zeus, maybe. Maybe Zeus would be absolutely fantastic. You know?
Why not?
Because
Why
maybe
not?
that's a quick shout out I'd like to give is that the Zeus. I mean, tons of people are worked on it at CIG throughout, but this is really the first ship that is completely done from the Montreal team, and so I feel especially privileged to have put it in the video and then released it in this patch. It's an absolute fantastic ship, so I'm super happy about it.
I have a question. I'd like to ask Benoit.
Yeah.
When are we going to be able to watch CitizenCon and ISC and everything in game?
Is that a feature request, sir?
It is a feature request.
It's a feature request. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not
Yeah.
going to give you dates. We're definitely going to put that feature request to the test and see if CR approves it. We'll see.
Yeah, show it
We'll
in
put it
Grim
with all
Hex
the
or
other
something.
feature requests in the bin.
That's right.
By expansive ship.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Benoit. Wonderful to chat. We're going to throw over
Two hairy
to Dan.
men on each other, I don't mind. Why not?
Thanks very much, guys. Catch us after the break.
Catch you after the break.
See you guys
Bye.
around later.
Thank you, Kirsten, and thank you, Benoit Bassaja. Awesome, guys. Welcome back to the Interstitial Hall. The Interstitial, where we are back in the hall here at CitizenCon 2954.
They're really getting a lot of coverage
bit
on
of
that.
housekeeping. We just have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Versa, who helped make CitizenCon possible this year. Thank you, Versa, for all you.
Meaning that. They're getting a lot of coverage on that.
We also misnamed
Hornet.
Scan
They must have spent a lot on that
Computers,
Hornet.
Scan PC. Sometimes when you're running around with people talking in your ear and things you have to do, you mix up names. So thank you guys for being awesome sponsors and helping make CitizenCon possible. Now I was told specifically to avoid talking about that because Jared just did that, so we're going to gloss over the Hornets. So come, follow me.
Gloss over that
We have
Hornets.
some awesome stuff here on the show floor at CitizenCon. We are so happy to have you guys back in Manchester, and we hope you guys are having an awesome show. Now, if you guys haven't been here yet, the General Lounge is filled with people who are excited. Everyone say hi.
Hi.
That was a little lackluster. We'll try again later. Now, guys, there's a ton of stuff, but first I want to throw it over to my good friend, Galactica. We have the Cosplay Competition brought to you by Toby, so I'm going to throw it over to Galactica. I think we have some pretty cool costumes to show you guys, so Galactica, take it away.
All of the shots of food I've seen look terrible. So maybe they're just eating very poorly. Let them eat cake.
Greetings, citizens. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys had some torpedo burritos?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure, that'd make you
and
shit
how many
your
of you
pants.
had some Big Bennies? All right, clearly we know what the crowd favorite is. Well, welcome to the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby Gaming. For those of you who don't know me, I am Galactica, our senior social media manager, and I run all of our socials for all things Star Citizen and CIG. And joining me on stage, we have our lovely judges, starting with lead character tech artist Armando.
Why didn't they have that hair in the game?
And up
I want,
next,
like,
we
half a
have
head-shaped head.
principal tech artist Forrest.
They should have like generative hairstyles. Women equals work, you know. Women are.
And last, we have our creative director, Katz.
I know. Blank women.
Our judges today will be judging contestants based on creativity,
I'm
stage
not joking about the hair,
presence,
though. I
quality
want that
of
in-game.
craftsmanship, and authenticity.
Autism. She
This
almost
year,
said
we're doing
autism.
things a little bit different. Previously,
Why
we
isn't
did
my
a
hairstyle
first,
in-game?
second, and third place.
I think-
However, instead of doing that, this year we're going to be rewarding people based on the following categories, starting with Best in Show, Most Creative, Best Performance, and for our fourth one, you guys get to decide because we're doing Audience Favorite.
Okay.
So,
I hope this doesn't take
this
long.
year, for
Is this
our
gonna take a long time?
prizes, let's talk about that for a minute. Who here has ever heard of a Toby eye tracker? Quite a bit of you. Okay. And how many of you guys have actually used one before?
No.
Okay, awesome.
I have not.
So if you're not familiar with the Toby eye tracker, it is the only device that is capable of tracking both head and eye movements, allowing you to take your
sounds like a
Star
fucking ad
Citizen
too.
immersion to the next level
This is
through
another ad.
effortlessly following your targets, locking on with just a glance, bringing your character's facial animations to life, and more.
I hope they never polish
So,
this.
now for the prizes. Our Best in Show winner will receive a Toby Eye Tracker 5, complete with an accessory
You have a-
bundle,
you have a
which
Toby Eye
includes
Tracker?
a mounting kit, carrying case, and a tripod bracket. All of our other winners will also receive a Toby Eye Tracker 5, and they don't know this yet, and I'm announcing this on
Neuralink,
stage.
come on.
But all of our contestants will also receive an RSI Zeus MK2 ES with LTI and a game package.
LTI. Wow.
All right. Are you guys ready to see our contestants today?
No, I don't think I'm ready. I'm not ready.
Awesome. Contestants, let's get the show rolling. Our first contestant is Shiley.
You receive a chip implant. There's like Elon Musk like jumping in the back.
A Pyro bounty hunter.
Okay. All right.
Shiley, I'm going to have you stand right here.
What is that? He's wearing like a bed sheet as a cape.
All right, and our second contestant today is Hydrosa, who is cosplaying as an advocacy agent.
Okay. I think didn't I see him last year? There's got to be a headhunter, right?
Hydrosa, I'm gonna have you come right over here. You were here last year, you know the drill.
Yeah, I did see him last year.
And our third contestant is Faber Finn, cosplaying as a mining worker.
She wins. She wins as cosplaying for Furiosa.
Yeah!
That's pretty good.
I think I've seen this outfit on ISC at one point. All right, and for our fourth contestant, we have Cat Goddess dressed as Molly. If you saw our commercials from last year's IAE, you might recognize her.
Yep, I remember. She should be paired with that stuffed animal thing that was flying around.
Oh, what do we have here?
Picos.
Pico!
Oh!
Who wants a Pico?
Oh!
I hope someone dresses up as.
Here.
I hope that someone dresses up as like Chris Roberts or something.
Thought we had a deal.
Someone should dress up as
Bribing
a
the audience, I think.
server, a working server.
All right, and up next we have Amon Grask, who is a Xi'an diplomat.
Ah, an alien.
Oh, wow. It's a real life character.
Yeah. See, I want to be able to, in the character creator, become like half Xi'an or something, or half Xi'an, half Vandal.
I love it.
Really cool.
It's really creepy.
All right, and our sixth contestant is Little Drift Boy as Garmin Humble, another IAE fan favorite.
or like you cosplay as a
Complete with the burrito.
a Star Citizen server, and you just set yourself on fire and run around the stage.
All right, and up next
No headhunter?
we have
Headhunter.
Dana as Pico the plushie.
Pico. Oh my god.
Oh,
That's straight out of my fucking nightmare.
All right. Just making sure you can see with that thing, okay? And we have another Pico up next, Carlito. Oh, he's got a snowboard.
Oh, it's a snowboarding one. Okay. Oh, don't strip. Oh. Oh, Drake. Okay.
And last but not least, we have Kin Shadow as a Duster.
Duster. I knew it had to be a real, one of the new armored sites, so I thought Headhunter, but Duster. That's cool. I like the Dusters. Armor, that's cool. Curtsied.
All right, now that we have all of our contestants on stage, judges, feel free to come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're ready to make your final call.
Judge. I kind of love that crazy Pico. The Picos are both great.
Yeah, these.
You fight crime.
Nice. Good detail.
If you fight the crime first, I think you eat the burrito first. Nice.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cat is asking,
yeah, Kate's supposed to be high.
Oh, you cannot.
Thought crime today.
All right.
So good. That's the best thing.
Oh, good to see you. How you been?
Exactly.
Oh, good. Yeah, doing great. Doing great.
I guess the Xi'an diplomat must win, right?
Still one of my favorites.
Wow.
Oh yeah. This is great. The mining outfit.
The
That's right.
the alien, right? Did you pick the
So
alien?
how'd you do that?
No one wants to
Couple
talk to a Pico.
LEDs?
It's terrifying.
Oh, that is so cool. Little patch. Let's see,
Silver
can you turn
one,
around
okay.
for us?
Yeah, silver one. It's got a
Yeah.
Mandalorian vibes. I do like
Got
the mining
retro
outfit though.
reflective shader on you. Oh,
It's pretty detailed.
all right. Very cool.
Can you do the garment?
How many followers do you have? How's Orson?
Awesome.
Good than you?
Love it.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yeah.
Look at
I don't know how
this.
hard armor is to do, but I would expect it's pretty
do
tough,
not speak
right?
Xi'an.
And I can't talk in this mask.
Very good. But I feel like we can... Yeah. Oh, this is impressive. Oh. All right.
Does the helmet
Wow.
have any
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Ah.
That's what I wear when I'm playing.
Ah.
Nice. Oof.
The helmet clips to the...
Will you stop squeaking
check-
for a second? I'm trying
You
to
can't do
concentrate.
that in Star Citizen, can you?
All right.
Of course.
Very good. Very good.
Nice.
Very nice. Okay. Look.
Yeah, he's pretty good, that last one.
Wow.
All the armor
Where
guys
do I
are
even
good.
begin? You really
I'm
whacked that
definitely
thing. Yeah.
It's definitely going to be in my nightmares
All
tonight.
right. Extra points for you.
Yeah,
All right.
the red guy is
Oh.
good.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I see.
Down
I
the
see, I
snowy
see.
slopes.
I see. Here's the
Microtech.
the Picos. My God, it talks as well. Oh my God.
Awesome. Yes.
It's like a piss.
3D scan you, put you in the game. All right, awesome. Fantastic. All right,
You gonna give that out?
cool. How great were all they?
Okay.
Real life players, real life characters.
Have him make some noise.
Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick, judges, are you good to turn your mics off?
Yes.
All right, if we can turn the mics off for our judges while they decide who our winners are going to be. Give me a little test. All right, I think the mics are off. All right, cool. In the meantime, Hydrosa has given me a tiger claw to give out to the audience. And
None
are
of
you
the
giving
Picos
me
are
one
good.
too? Okay, let's do this. So
They're so
I
bad,
don't
they're
want to
good.
chuck this thing
They've
because
gone
it's
around the
quite
other way.
heavy. But if you have not gone to the community booth section yet, there might be a device that you can put this into that will maybe redeem a prize in game. How do we want to give this out?
Just chuck it at
Let's
someone.
see. All right, I want you guys to make the loudest noise. All right, let me see. I
Yeah,
want to see
have you
who's the
seen-
most hype.
Have they
The
ever
most hype.
given
All
out?
right,
Have they ever had a alien cosplayer before? I think I've seen it.
all right, all right.
I've got some people T-posing.
White shirt over there. Come to the front of the stage.
I think you're right with the yellow armor. I think maybe the yellow armor
He
guy
knows who
might
he
be
is. There you go.
Pico for the win.
And And then we have a med pen. I think we have to give this to the ones with the med gowns, clearly. Oh, we got 2. Let's go. Med gowns, come up here.
Look at these guys.
You know what? I do not regret this decision. Thank y'all.
All right.
All right, judges, how are we looking? You need more time?
More time.
You guys are good?
They can't decide between the armor guys.
So, starting with our best in show, Forrest, let us know who is our best in show winner today.
Well,
The
everyone's
Duster.
a best in show winner, but there can only be one.
Shoot us.
The Duster. Oh, they're
The
gonna give it a
Xi'an diplomat.
Ah.
Congratulations. All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man.
Because they all sucked.
We're gonna go with Pico.
Pico! Hey, Pico won! That's horrifying. That's so horrifying.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for us for most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so for you guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we can have you guys step forward.
It's tough. It's tough to...
Now we're going to do you as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay. We got you. We got you. Garmin Humble's here if you need extra help too. Okay, so now we have to decide our audience favorite. So let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges, and we're gonna go one by one to see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good?
Yeah, I think I prefer the yellow
All right,
armor too.
so let's give it up for Duster.
Silver guy has a real Mandalorian vibe. Crowd favorite. People like the
All
the Duster.
right, and next, let's give it up for Pico.
A little bit weaker.
All right, and then we have Molly.
Yes. Tepid. Tepid.
All right, and now we have our Miner.
He's good.
And our advocacy agent.
Between the Duster and the Miner at the moment, I think.
And last, our Pyro Bounty Hunter.
Ooh.
All right, judges.
Okay.
Let me come back over here. This
What do
is
you
a
think?
very long stage. Who are we thinking?
Duster?
All right, the judges have decided, and our audience favorite is Duster.
I support that decision.
Awesome. And as I mentioned before, our prizes today are supplied by Toby, who's actually here with us. Toby.
Toby is here? Toby's in the building?
Welcome, Toby, on the stage, everybody.
There's a real Toby? I thought it was just a company name.
Can I borrow 2 of you guys to carry some of the prizes, and we'll take a picture?
Wonderful.
Come up here too.
Can you see? Eye tracking's not going to work with that guy.
Here,
that guy.
I'll, can you hold that?
Can you hold that? Hold that
If you
guy.
can't hold it, I can hold it for you. Here, I'm gonna turn it this way. Here you go. There you go. Okay. All right. All right, and then we
That's so
got one
creepy.
more. Here we go. All right, let's give it up to our winners.
The way he's moving as well creeps
All
me
right,
out.
thank you, Toby, so much for supplying the prizes. As I mentioned before, all of our contestants will be getting an RSI Zeus.
That's
And
cool.
all of our contestants, if you don't mind coming together so we can all get a picture together.
Well,
All right,
that was a
thank
bit cringe,
you so
but
much for joining us
wasn't
for
as
the
bad as I expected.
2954 cosplay competition by
It's a new
Toby.
Connect.
Please leave, sorry. You need to move, sorry.
That's the Bengal, right? I saw a Port Olisar before as well. Haven't shown that one off.
In a world where the Vandul have attacked, one ship will make it so that the lives lost will be avenged. That's right, the UEE Retribution is here at CitizenCon 2954.
Oh, these are
I have
the
the creators
Chinese guy.
of this amazing model. We have Pigeon Spaceport
From
here.
Chinese CitizenCon,
You
right?
guys have done an amazing job creating an awesome thing. Is there anything you guys would like to quickly say before we get into questions?
Yeah, these people are Chinese, Furious. So you're going to be okay?
Okay, great. Thank you guys so much. I quickly ran down here, so I forgot to grab my note cards. Let me do this off my phone. Quick question. How many total pieces is the UE Retribution? Yeah.
About when the 3D printing finish for the retribution is around 300 in total, 300 pieces.
300 pieces. That is a lot of pieces for, I mean, it's a big ship, so that definitely makes sense. How many people worked on creating the UEE Retribution?
一共有多少人在工作去完成这个惩戒的模型？
有15个人左右，然后我们所有的团队成员都几乎为他参与过工作。
So it is around
Do not
15 people, and almost everyone in the crew have worked on for the retribution model.
Sorry, was that 15 or 50?
15.
Still a lot of
15.
people. That's still a lot of
15?
people.
A lot of people.
And as you can see, there's a lot of detail in here, so that makes sense. Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the retribution and then making it into this massive physical model? What was that process like?
可以简短的讲述一下是如何从概念做到模型上面这个部分的。
是这样的，我们先从网络上面搜索所有的关于惩戒的图片，然后我们将这些图片素材用于我们的建模。我们完成建模以后，我们会进行3D 打印，然后来制作。
So we searched on the internet to find all the images we could find for the retribution. Then we bring all the images we could find into the 3D printing.
It's like you need
然
80
后
people
关
or
于它
something
的
to
颜
fly
色
that thing, right?
这个颜色的话，我们是根据我们对于星际公民中的飞船配色认知，然后来自行设计的。
So about the coloring that we use the retribution is based on our understanding of the color Star Citizen use in the game. So with some of our understanding and
Yeah.
the interpretation of the color that we use in retribution.
I think it's massive
Amazing,
guns on the
guys.
side as well.
And one last quick question before we just kind of stare at this
Are those
amazing
rail
ship.
guns to the front?
What's your favorite detail of the ship?
你最喜欢的惩戒的细节是什么？
是尾部的喷口，因为尾部的喷口在亮起，在汉
I'd
版
love to
本
see
中
when
亮起来
somebody
的
just
时候，
trip
那种让
and
整个
fall
墙
into the
震撼感
model.
是无可比拟的。
So his favorite part of the retribution is
the Kramer style, you know?
main thrust lightening of the ship, because when you like light it up, you will lighten up the whole room, the whole wall, and it's very amazing and beautiful.
Well, thank you guys. Let's take a look at that lighting. We'll get you guys into position for the next bit right now. So let's take a quick look at the Retribution. This thing is amazing. It is massive. It's probably over, I would say, 10 feet long. This thing is huge. It's been at previous bar Citizens that we've had in Asia. It's awesome to have it here at CitizenCon. We're really happy that this thing made it to Manchester. It is so much detail in such a small amount of space, but it's not that small. It's massive. So yeah, we're really happy to have it here. Now we're going to follow me. We're going to go to the next thing they brought. I don't know if anyone's really seen this before. I'm going to throw it over to Sam. Sam, why don't you throw us to this awesome bit right over here?
Absolutely, Dan. So we have an amazing model of everyone's favorite Port Olisar right here, near and dear to my heart. Many a year have I spent easily and quickly getting to the ASOPs and buying things and getting rammed off of my pads by unruly and griefers.
It's easy.
So I have a couple more questions for you guys about this build, if that's okay. What's this model made out of?
Cheese.
奥丽莎它主要的结构是由3D 打印所制作，但是在其中我们加入了一些金属梁，用于增强稳定。
So mainly the Port Olisar is made by 3D printing, basically the resin, and we also add the main metal structure to make it more solid.
Wow, that's really cool. So do you know roughly how much does it weigh?
你知道它大概有多重吗？
大概在700公斤左右。
So it's roughly around 700 kilograms.
I think
wow, that must have been a challenge to get over here to this country. So when you were building this, what would you say was the most difficult part of putting this build together?
在制作的过程中，哪个部分是最困难的？
是停机坪区域，停机坪区域中的就是停机坪表面。 难度在于，在我们的比例下，它的厚度将只有4毫米厚。我们要确保它在如此薄的情况下还不产生变形。
Almost a ton.
So it's a landing pad area. So on the surface of the landing pad, by the scale we are using to make for the Olisar, we have to make it not bending. With like just a few millimeter to make it still solid.
Oh. 这个停机坪的下部也是个非常大的挑战，因为下部有非常多的结构交叉在一起，这对于我们建模的工作量来说是个非常大的工程。
So also the bottom part of the landing pad, because there's so many structural intersections, they're so complex, so it was really hard for us to modeling.
No, I can imagine. It is a really interesting kind of station, and I'm sure everybody was just as sad as I was to see it go.
How can I?
Do you hope to see Port Olisar return to the verse someday?
所以你会期待奥丽莎的回归吗？
真的吗？比如说奥丽莎有可能回归的，那当然啊，肯定的，太好了。
He's saying no
so
thanks.
Yes, really. So if the Olisar actually will come back, it will be so good and exciting to us.
Absolutely.
I got that wrong.
I hope so too. Right. Thank you guys for talking about these. That was the amazing Pigeon Spaceport guys. Do check them out online. Their stuff is absolutely amazing. I'm going to now pass over to my buddy Dan, who is hanging out with the merch stand guys to show off some of the really cool stuff that we have here at CitizenCon.
He looked a bit nervous
over to you,
at the beginning,
Dan.
but I think he really perked up at the
awesome.
end.
Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. I know, I just come out of nowhere.
He just keeps doing
guys. Thank you guys at Pigeon Spaceport. We're so lucky to have them and their awesome bits here at CitizenCon 2954. Now, I think it's time for you guys to see a bit of where I get my fashion from. So come follow me, guys. Come follow me this way. We'll make our way through the crowd. Let's get in line for the merch booth. Yeah, that's a long line. I don't think I want to wait in that line.
Is that German
So
TV?
luckily I have the CIG access pass. Come follow me. we get to skip the line. Just
Dude,
a little secret for me and my many
the line.
thousands of friends who are watching the stream. Come follow me this way. Right this way, right this way. Man, all these people are very excited for merch.
Your slavery
and as they should be, because we have some awesome merch here at CitizenCon 2954. If you guys are interested in getting some, you can go onto robertspaceindustries.com/merch. And that should probably take you there. If not, you'll find it on the
most
Play
of your
Store.
comments get
But we have
banned.
some awesome merch. Let's take a look. At the top, we have some brand new Pico the Penguin plushies. This Pico is Pico with an attitude. This is our Pico Black Ice plushie. This Pico has a new stepdad and feels a way about it. We are very excited to bring Pico back. We have a brand new Star Citizen cap. We have some awesome, see if you can get those stickers on the other side. I don't know if you are able to get that. We also have a pin set on the far bit there. We have a brand new desk mat, which looks
It's like
awesome.
I'm shopping
Look at
in
that desk
real
mat.
life.
We also have
I
some
feel like I'm in a
awesome
shop.
physical merch. See if I can squeeze past in here.
I feel like I can
am
reach out and
absolutely
buy it.
going to ruin these people's day. We have some exclusive shirts for attendees. I'm just bored
G'day,
of trying to shop. We have some cool giveaway packs. Everyone is working really hard on making sure people have that. Could I get a Zeus bomber jacket? Could I get a? They got me another Zeus bomber jacket. Thank you so much. I have one on, but take a look at this Zeus bomber jacket. So we have the interior lining. It's this awesome like yellow orange, like sort of a quilted pattern. It looks and by the way, it feels awesome.
What?
Now, these do run a little
You're
small,
RLM
so
fan.
make sure you're getting a size up. Let's hold this up for the camera. Look at that. We also have. Oh, that's gone forever. The cameraman just took that, and I will never get it back. We also have some cool details. We obviously have like this
that
RSI.
stuff falls
Hello
apart.
there. We have some RSI like branding right here. We have some patches over here commemorating the Zeus Mark
I give that
I.
a week
And we also have out of the wrapper a Pico the Penguin Black Ice
before
edition.
it falls apart.
This Pico
Give it a week.
has seen some things,
The zip
but I
will
can
fall
fix
off.
him. I swear I can fix him. We also have a bunch of awesome stuff. We have this UEE flag. Let's make sure that we're holding that up properly. Look at that. We have a UEE flag for you guys to celebrate your patriotism for a united empire of Earth. This thing is very long. It's kind of the Foundation Festival colors. I kind of like that it's, yeah, I'm going to steal that. That is mine, and you're not getting it back. What else we got? I know we have some more merch. Someone get me more merch. Oh,
Some people
here
are
we go.
working
Thank
really
you.
hard.
We have a new keychain.
And the rest are just
Ooh, this is really
hanging
nice.
back, chatting.
Camera guy, we
Yeah.
got keychain. We have a bunch of cool stuff. I am being told, however, that I think that's all the merch that we can show because we want you guys to be here at CitizenCon getting it. So I think that's just enough time we have here at CitizenCon. I'm going to throw it back over. We're
tease.
going to continue the show. We'll see you guys
They're
back
not
here
going to show
later.
us all
Take
of the
care.
products. Ooh. They're going to leave some products for a surprise. That goes without saying.
All right.
Everything's got to be triple X. He's busted his... He really has.
They're saying ice it. I'm wearing jeans. It doesn't work through it. You know, people tried to get me to take my pants off backstage. And I'm like, no, I do it. It hurts. All right,
Give
guys.
us all
I
the
think
stuff.
that's long enough of a break. Let's get back to some presentations. How about it?
Let's do it. Let's get back to it.
All right. We have the
Are we
first
ready?
of two amazing presentations. This next one, Dress to Kill, is, well, what can I tell you? Who remembers CitizenCon 2016? Please welcome to the stage. Who is it? I can't see it. Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name. Nick Pierce!
Nick Pierce. Who the fuck is Nick Pierce? Oh, look, it's that guy.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Hello. So my name is Nick Pearce, like Jared mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting. So I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome, Nick.
With that said, I'm here to talk to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game. So let's get started. So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything, with so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder.
Where are they?
Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes. There's no magic toggle where suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want. You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized.
Right.
Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin? Is there a void in your organization that needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store. You're going to have to do the legwork. You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation. You'll have to explore the galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear.
That's good.
Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing.
My question
Yes, I said it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system. Can I get a hell yeah? All right. All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira.
If this was teased in 2019, it's 2024 now, and like a lot of this stuff, I guess is not really in the game, right? So.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time.
I would be terrified if I had to do this.
How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So, if you're...
Everything's a star.
Are you tired of choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to mix and match. Star Wars is fashion that meets purpose.
Yeah, it's only 5 years in Earth years.
Specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine. You'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want.
So serious.
But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation. Let's look at some of the possibilities that Star Wars will be able to provide you.
Okay, we can mix and match now. That's cool. But so I guess you can wear whatever you want as long as you're wearing a helmet. Does it work because he has a plastic bag on his head? Fortnite dances, yeah. That's what we needed.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah.
Mind blown.
How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt? Or even without no shirt at all?
No shirt, guys. We don't even need shirts.
On clothing? Yeah. So Star Wars allows more customization than ever.
Cool.
But be careful,
Okay,
certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet. And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you.
Yay.
But that is enough about Star Wars for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Star Wars and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Star Wars system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best looking video games out there. But we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match. Many armors will be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case.
That looks like
there will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability. Some armors won't even be space-worthy. Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Star Wars system. Whilst all our armors are becoming specialized, let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization.
Is it a fucking sandworm? Are they going to show a sandworm again?
All right.
Yeah, they've got a weird stiff
All right,
design.
so we have our leader. Let's get into it.
I think it's getting better, but like...
So the player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons. However, in the near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security, should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted.
I don't know, man.
Now, if we look at an overview, we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have available to us. It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor and no EVA capability for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations. The leader really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members. Okay. So here we have our pilot.
Don't give Chris any ideas.
If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information on your HUD.
Yep.
This is our pilot visor, which allows the wearer to link with their ship and cast MFDs directly into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields, so no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs.
Okay.
Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight, plus with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship. So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility. Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance.
G-force.
And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows it to have truly unmatched G-force resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of racetracks.
Be good for grav.
It also offers great
racing.
oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets with hostile environments. So as you can see, this flight suit excels at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
I don't mind the driver armor. That's pretty good, right? BDSM got through? So he's a scanner. Okay. I'm not going to lie, that was kind of hype.
Here's our tank, who is wearing our heavy combat armor. Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean?
What is that gun?
We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should provide fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to.
If you can buy it, then it'll get nerfed.
Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they will not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose built-in EVA thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack.
Yeah,
Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed at less at pure combat and more about hunting its prey. This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there. The heavy hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions, perfect for locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables.
Deployables?
So to compare the stats, while it's not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with these, there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up, let's look at our last additions to the team.
I think everyone will want that, right? Everyone will want to use that one. What was the full set bonus? Sharpshooter? All the trolls and griefers will want this one, right?
All right. I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit feature. If the wearer has all pieces equipped, that's helmet, core, arms, and legs, due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar.
Okay.
With it being light armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed, it's a must for any players looking to assassinate, infiltrate, or in this case, be a sniper.
EVA mobility.
However, the protection provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally, surrounding our group, we have that one friend. We've all played MMOs, right? We all know that one friend. That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy. They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think? We fun? All right. All right.
I mean, it was good in 2019 when you teased it then. Like,
so let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge.
You have to work for gear acquisition.
And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer Zach Priest. You've been great.
You have to, like,
thank you.
Work for in-game to get like set armors and stuff like that, rather than going to a fucking store or.
Luckily, this thing's only got 2 buttons. So,
IRL store.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at
3 people clapping.
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about?
Don't get triggered.
Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into?
And you have to loot boxes and it's a little pain in the ass.
Let's find out what they're going to face.
You can find,
now, they're heading to the planet Monarch, which is in the
it.
Pyro system. So, without further ado, let's find out what they're up to.
But if you're doing a mission where you get a full set, that's something that's a bit different, right? I'm not sure when you would use, like the tank, for example. When would you use that? To be honest, unless you had a World of War. Cars do not drive like that. Oh, here we go. Sandworm. Go on, sandworm. They did it! Tripe. No, they're doing it again! This is some monarchs, they say, right? It's deja vu all over again. What's it doing? It's just like wiggling. Release the Kraken. Get 8 frames at a dead server. How are you supposed to do that anyway? You just drop a nuke on it. So you haven't seen this at 4.0? Yeah. This is certainly multiplayer content, right? People are gonna delete it. That's a boss fight. That's for sure. That's a boss fight. This is exactly what you were talking about before, about like jumping on big bosses and trying to hit their weak points, right? Yeah. I mean, this is MMO content, right? There needs to be a damage system so you can tell how far it's you worked it down in its health, you know. It's like when it's a close death, when you respond. It would be good if it comes in 4.0. Like this needs to ship with 4.0. The pearls by swallowing spaceships. The quantum drives.
Oh, that was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of Valakar. I love you too, Gronsing. I want to give a huge thank you to all the people who put in a lot of work to get to the point where what we just showed you is gameplay.
We need it.
As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so...
So, it's coming with Pyro.
With that said,
coming with 4.0.
Monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
Eventually.
And the best part, we're starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants.
Coming or no?
You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as well as your fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle. But how does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well, unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that? Well, the deadly Valakar has a variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes. But if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam.
Max out your credit card.
Little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again, as well as keeping it interested.
Needs to be teamwork, coordinated teamwork to
the big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature? Well, things being physicalized is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100% to 1%. You'll see its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how close you are. So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health bars, and just purely keeps you immersed in the experience.
Yeah, that's what you need.
So, number one question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables. The Valakar has two very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth.
Incredibly
these are within its mouth, and you need a very
equipment.
strong tractor beam to be able to yank these things out. And these harvestables will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn more about that and how harvestables are going to be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when it dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially your playground. But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information. When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size.
Like a massive dog.
To give you an idea of the sheer ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenothreat knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer, there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and spot it.
No chance.
There it is. So well done to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields. But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes. So you'll be familiar with the variants we've done before with our quasi-grazers and our copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics.
That would be amazing.
But moving on, we want to also introduce different creature sizes.
I would love that. That would be
these
so
sizes
good.
will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile. These juveniles will respond to stimulus such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst out the ground and attack anyone who's disturbing them.
Like a
and you'll find
facehugger
these
or
in
something.
caves near valuable harvestables and minerals. So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to remain to themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger and a lot more angry. Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks. It's also the biggest living thing in the verse, so far. So, in summary, monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast. You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar.
I could pick on some juveniles.
Everyone at
That's
CIG
great.
is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands, and we hope it shows that we're not only doubling down on creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide.
And?
But that's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture for creatures. So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have typically just had alterations to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be. For example, what if the Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet?
Maybe,
or
perhaps.
if the Valakar never made it to the surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make sci-fi one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already.
Fantasy stuff.
What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like?
This is fantasy.
Wow.
We're in Fantasyland now.
It's these questions that get
This is
everyone excited
Fantasyland.
that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences and new creatures make up what we call our fauna matrix. The fauna matrix is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets feel special.
Now we're dreaming.
As well,
we're in
as
dreamland
considering the
now.
unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
All right, what do you think? Hype? I mean, yeah, I don't know.
We have some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing. Everyone there did an awesome job. Now we are back here at Pilates
All right,
Workshop.
I'll give a hype for that.
Time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As
Because
you
they
can
have
see,
it,
are
they have it
makers
running
of
in game.
awesome Star
At
Citizen
Monarchs.
miniatures.
Maybe
I mean,
Monarchs
just
doesn't.
look
Maybe
at
it
the
doesn't
Retaliator,
come.
Look at the Razor. Look at all the Hornets. We have
You
some
know,
awesome miniatures here,
for
hand
4.0.
painted, hand created by these guys.
But
these are works of art, and if you guys haven't come over to the Palakis Workshop booth,
hopefully
yet,
it
if you're
comes
at
within the
CitizenCon,
next year.
Come check them out. And I'm here with the
Yeah, I mean they
people
have like the
behind
Vandal
Palakis
and the
Workshop.
Xi'an and the
Let's ask them a couple questions. How's it
Banu,
going, guys? How's your
but-
CitizenCon so far? Good.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I wouldn't
awesome.
expect the Vandal
so
to
my
be
first
in-
question is, how long have you been making models? How long have you been making miniatures?
¿Cuándo estás haciendo miniaturas?
You know what I mean? Like
Llevo haciendo las miniaturas alrededor de 3 años. Around 3 years ago, we start to do the designs and the 3D printing.
like if you've looked at the star map,
And were you always making Star Citizen models?
it's like
or if
there is a Vandal system and there's a Banu system, and like they're not going to add the Vandal. I don't think they'll add the Vandal, the Star Citizen until definitely after Squadron 42 was released, but probably not even then, because the Vandal space is really far out. But like for like the Banu and the Xi'an, like we're supposed to have a relationship with those races, you know what I mean? We're supposed to trade with those races, so
I mean, how long does it take to? Yeah, just these works of art that I'm looking at. How long is that process?
like surely they would come first before the Vandal.
Después se imprimen, después se pintan. Y depende de la nave. Esta, por ejemplo, alrededor de 2 semanas o 3.
The first step is prepare the modeling for the printing. They need to do the design, but he is working to have a proper printing. Then after put on the print, assemble, and then working on the paint. Then depend of the paint that is using is taking more or less. But for example, this one here, this Redeemer is taking around 2 weeks to have the complete process.
It's cool to see
Sorry, I moved
multiplayer.
the mic away. That is 2 weeks from concepting to creating that fully painted.
You know what I mean? Like multiplayer org gameplay, like getting org tools so you can communicate and organize, and then have like those kind of raid fights or
Finally, my last little question for you
raid
guys.
content.
Obviously, I do minis, I do D&D stuff, but nothing to this scale. What is your advice?
Like raids were supposed to come with underground bunkers, the underground facilities, right? That never materialized. I think maybe, weirdly enough, the Sandworm is probably more likely to come soon. But yeah, you know, like with the underground facilities, they just chucked them in.
Now it's more easy than before because the price of the printers go down a lot. Then
And not much else came of that, you know what I mean? So
I start to printing and
I don't know, man.
broken models, get mistake, broken models, and now you will learning process till you start to be able to make nice pieces like that one.
So try again.
Like new armor
Eventually,
types,
you
I
two
think
will
that
make
stuff can
models just
can
as
come
good
in
as Palakis Workshop. Thank you guys
soonish.
so much. It was awesome to have you guys here.
I did
I'm gonna
have,
cut it over to my good friend Sam, who was at the Xi'an Workshop. Let's get a little
I'm just
out
gonna-
of this world and see what she has right here. Sam, over to you.
I'm gonna make my solo missions for money, yeah.
Hi again, everyone. I'm over here at the Xi'an booth,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna introduce you to a very famous guy in the Star Citizen scene. Been around
So,
for a while.
obviously we
Would you
had
mind
new
introducing
creatures.
Yourself and a little bit of your background with the game.
We can
Scheiße. Ist denn Chris the Hero Noah? This was Xi'an for Hi, I'm Chris Hero.
So yeah, we've got new creatures,
translate
obviously.
The names of the attendees into Xi'an and write it with a calligraphy brush on.
Yeah, I haven't really spent much time exploring. I do the assassination missions at underground bunkers, but like,
That's amazing. I can see that as the day has gone up.
you know, they can be quite buggy as well,
few
so
more different
or like
kind of,
bad performance-wise for my
calligraphy
frames.
on the
So
wall, and I can't wait to see this kind of
utility armor we definitely had a look at as well. So
How would you say that a beginner
I'll mark that
could
off my
kind of
bingo,
get
my little
started with
bingo.
learning an alien language?
But I think the easiest
Hard.
way to learn Xi'an is as a primer to watch the videos Britton Watkins made. It's either available on the Star Citizen or Star Citizen YouTube channel, and then after this we have. Our
But nothing else, right? That's about it in terms of my bingo
University
card.
Institute. And you can learn the language. We have experts even for Banu.
AI planet generation. That's like a toss-up.
Everything you need, tools and learning materials.
Yeah. Also, you know, of course, like, how does it affect your frames? How does it affect the server performance? But also, like, how much of a drive is there going to be to do this kind of content? Like, you can take on Idrises at the moment in game. Sometimes people do it. You just grind the Eckhart missions and you can take on an Idris, but people don't really do it that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So, like,
I think it's
yeah, hunting those Apex.
For the community, for me.
Are they going to be something that people want to continuously do? Or you do it once, you do it a couple times, and it's like, hey, you know, I've done it now, and then nobody does it anymore.
I'll pass you back over to Dan, who is going to go check out one of our other community booths. Dan?
So yeah, those harvestables have to be super valuable and
now, guys,
like
it's
perishable.
Been a long week. I think most of us here could use a drink, and no one does.
Can I say AI Planet Generation?
International. Now,
Is that what Genesis is?
Killing it this week. I don't know if you guys have been here in Manchester this whole week. There's been a Bar Citizen every single night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You guys went all out. You had an entire city block takeover.
Yeah, I mean, if the servers break during those fights, I mean, people are just going to be pissed off.
People were there again.
If someone who's fighting a worm, man.
So,
But, like,
for those who didn't hear,
obviously-
2,600 people, 4 times larger than the Bar Citizen they had in
Yeah.
LA last year, which I was at.
But
as
like,
well.
already with 4.0, you're getting server meshing, so like,
Killing it with Bar Citizen International.
even if it's like taxing, it's going to be
People who maybe don't know
whatever server Monox is on in that shard.
Really, any event you want to go to, anything
Right.
considered a Bar Citizen. If you got 3 or 4 people with pizza and you're just talking about the game, that is a Bar Citizen. Now,
But yeah,
because of all the great things that are coming out in the game,
I agree.
we get to see,
It's still pretty
we
high
assume that these are going to
because
grow. They're going to become massive.
it was in engine,
So
and
Bar Citizen
if you don't
International
see it by the end of
coordinators,
next
either
year,
veteran, they need assistance, or brand new people.
that's
And
bad.
it's been great because the number of
But
people
it looked
that are
like
here,
it's
they're like,
something
"I
that
wanna run
could
this."
come
Well,
soonish.
we've got you.
Fantastic. I know you guys have, you know, registered events. Obviously, people can maybe.
I am kind of glad they didn't
their own. But how many
give themselves a timeline
Bar
though.
Citizen events have you guys had in the entirety of Bar Citizen International?
Yeah, so we have about 600.
Have you ever been to a
events
Bar Citizen?
established over the last 10 years. So you can see about 60 of these, and then you guys go through with your Bar Citizen World Tour. But you're right, there are many of these that just happen naturally, and so it's really great to see everyone so excited about this. And
It's
for
like-
those citizens that are here, they're like, all right, you're
Part of the
saying this, I'd really like to go. Well, we
Bar
built some
Citizen
stuff. I mean,
Discord
obviously we built a
in
bar for
Japan,
you.
and it's like
But
we've
for
had
any of
one
these
the whole
citizens
time.
here, you can quickly just join
The
these
whole time I've been
discords and find all those
a
great
part of it.
experiences
It's
that
like-
we had last night. You can find it
So
locally.
badly organized. Let
We're
me
really
just
excited to see how this grows,
organize it
and
myself.
we can't wait to do
I
this
have to just
again.
organize it myself.
Well, we are always excited to be at a Bar Citizen. If you guys haven't been to one yet, they are fantastic. And yeah, I guess last
Yeah,
question is
they give themselves
what's
deadlines
next
and-
for
yeah.
Bar Citizen International?
Well, what's next
It
for
never
us
works.
is working with all the coordinators to figure out that next step. We want to find ways of kind of creating that concierge program for the coordinators that have been doing this for 5 to 10 years, because they put a lot of effort into this. And at the same time, how do we streamline this for new people that
I'm
just
feeling
want
it
to raise their
now.
hand and
I'm
say,
feeling
"I'd
like
to do this."
the
So.
Awesome. Well, as community
exhaustion
producer, I
starting
can't
to
thank
kick
you
in.
guys enough. Nick, good seeing you again, bumping into you yet again here at CitizenCon.
We still got a couple more hours, I think.
That, unfortunately, is it for us here at CitizenCon today. Don't worry, don't cry. I see the tears forming. Be brave. Be brave and be strong. We will be back tomorrow. But Sam, any last words from you?
Yeah, it's just been such an honor to talk with all of the community this year, and I can't wait
The
to show you
Hyperloop is
guys
just like a
some
tunnel,
more
right?
tomorrow, so make sure that you tune
tunnel
in
with
then.
cars.
Yeah, and thank you once again to our sponsors, Versa. Thank you again to VKB. Thank you again to
That was
Scan
a con
Computers.
too,
We could
that
not
thing.
have had CitizenCon without you guys. Thank you to Toby for your cosplay competition. You guys have helped make the CitizenCon the best one yet. And I think that's it for us. So from Dan and Sam here on the show floor, we'll see you guys again tomorrow. We have one more panel before the very mysterious redacted at the end of the show. Let's
What
head
could it
over to that
be?
panel, shall we? Thanks again, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye. All right, here we go.
Okay. I've almost got full mobility back. You know, when they tell you Chris Roberts isn't ready, go take a run.
Don't take it literally. All right. Find also, quite frankly, if I may say so, find someone that looks at you the way that
so
Scrap
fucking
from
funny,
Bar
man.
Citizen International looks at someone doing a CitizenCon interview. That was just so intense the whole time. All right. As they said, as Dan and Sam said, we have one more presentation left. It's a big one. Beyond Pyro. We're looking at what's next beyond our next star system, which just went to PTU, yeah? Viva Cali, all right. I've been in this world for so long. So please welcome to the stage one of my favorite people at CIG, and I don't say that lightly. A man whose last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Hello, everybody. Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah,
okay.
good.
I did.
It's good.
I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out.
Welcome.
Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right.
Beyond the squadron.
So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences.
Okay.
All
That's
with
good.
completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative
We
and
love Pedro.
emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today,
Let's go deeper.
I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro. So let's strap in and we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen.
This is
And
the
let's
1.0
start by
panel.
looking
It's gonna
up
be
into the
bad.
stars and saying hello to an old friend.
Jax. Beyond the beyond. Just more beyond. Constellation? Is it quantum boosting? Asteroid bases, maybe? Mining? Asteroid base building? That wouldn't tease that, right? Here we go beyond the credit card. Beyond the second mortgage. Asteroid. Come on.
Awesome.
Don't tease
All
us.
right.
Don't blue ball
So
us.
this is Nick's system. Nix was discovered in 2582 by Carla Larry during the height of the newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere with your ship's scanners. This system does, however, border with Vandal space.
Vandal, he said the V
So,
word.
visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout the
Right.
system. But, despite this, a small community has formed in the system, and this is on an asteroid in the belt between Nix 2 and Nix 3. And this asteroid is called Delmar. And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring.
You might get your wish. You might get
But
humanoid
actually,
aliens.
Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid.
Right, okay.
And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation, giving a unique identity for a landing zone.
Okay.
So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
It's interesting. Just hidden in the asteroid here, just come out. Voyager on land. That's perfect. That would be perfect. Delamar was a bit before my time. I've never actually been here, so. Looks huge. I mean, that's a Hercules there. Yeah, it used to be in the game, but it got taken out before I
All right.
before I started playing.
Awesome. Awesome.
I don't know why it's
so. For
zero
all
G.
that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, "Welcome back to Levski."
Yeah.
And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place.
Okay.
This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned. There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees, fugitives, and criminals. This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for. And as Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems and mission loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
You know, looking at I'm looking at Levski, it's all just going back over some of the older territory they've already done before remaking it, you know.
Release the Kraken!
Come on, don't you fucking tease us, you fucking
All right,
bastards.
cool. So Levski is still perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around and inside the borehole. We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now. And for players that don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls. Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
I think I prefer this than like a roadmap to other star systems. Just like take it piecemeal. Take your time, Star Citizen. Take your time. That would be. Imagine how crazy that would be. Just like right at the end, just a big fucking space worm pops out. Hype because it's new information, I guess. I don't know why we would come here. I guess you can mine in the tunnels, maybe? But they spent, what, 4 years hyping Pyro, and now they're gonna start just hyping Nyx. How long will it take for Nyx to come? There's the Atlas!
Awesome.
Yeah, there's more followers right in the front.
So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup.
Okay.
And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior freight elevators. These can be used for quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services.
Cool.
Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Specialist freight? There's a reclaimer down there. People? Shit, this thing's huge. Loading and unloading the whole sea. Coming soon. I don't like that snap grid thing. I think it should be a bit slower.
All right. So first off,
traffic jam.
Now the borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through.
Yeah,
and down at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators. These will be priority access for Hull series ships. So for all the Hull series folks, we got you covered.
How do you defend from being attacked? This is an armistice zone, I guess?
The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton and Pyro.
That's good. Like, stacking boxes. Stacking boxes should be a job of the game, for sure.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
Yeah, if there's no protection, then you're just going to steal all the freight, right? Exterior freight elevators are high. I'm going to give that up to high. pad ramming, you know? You could extort someone. Pay me X amount of money, or I'll just ram my ship into yours. I'll ram my reclaimer into your hull sea and blow up all your loot, blow up all your cargo.
All right, cool. So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or pick up for the next run.
Cargo decks have a function. Yay.
So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski. But the interior is also getting some updates to bring them in line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw, for hauling and supplies. And refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore. And we're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system after Pyro.
We knew that.
Yay!
Yay.
Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Levski to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops.
Fine.
And most importantly, we're adding local areas for gameplay content.
That's what I wanted to hear about, yeah. Gameplay at landing zones. That's what we need.
Now,
very Blade Runner.
Speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy ArcCorp.
Yes, let's talk about ArcCorp.
Which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior Initiative.
There it is.
We're adding additional districts to landing zones, which are gameplay focused. These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works.
Here we go, guys.
And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several instanced levels. So, how do I get to the Municipal Works? The Municipal Works is accessible in multiple places in Area 18. Some will be available to everyone, and some you'll need to unlock with mission progression.
Okay.
As an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the landing zone, and some will be easier to access than others.
Okay.
These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the Municipal Works.
Maybe the server performance will be good down
And the
there.
Municipal Works will have spaces like maintenance, filtration, and the sewer network.
Ah, sewers. Okay.
Which is what we're seeing here. It's a very exotic place.
It's a drawing.
So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you and other players, very similar to contested zones in pyro stations.
Okay.
It's an area to do local missions, like exploration,
I love
repair,
this. So high,
or even pest
but
control.
It's not coming. So, Tripe.
But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas.
Yeah.
So,
Orison needs a lot of work.
what is an instance area?
I think
well,
all
an
landing
instance
zones
area
work.
works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But why do we want to do this? This gives us the ability to create tailored missions that will provide a mixture of content like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay. And fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
We'll see.
All right, so let me illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels. Now, stay with me on this. We're going to rattle through it quick. So let's say you're in level B01. You're running a mission, you're having a great time with the curated content I just mentioned.
A lot of stuff not in-game.
But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions.
Okay.
At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times with different mission content. After achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this time, you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
What if you know someone who has access to B's?
Now this is your new area
you don't.
with different mission content, new rewards, and a new access point back to the LZ.
Me too.
The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times.
I think that's true for a lot of people.
And
like,
you guessed
that's what
it,
keeps them
eventually
hooked.
you'll get access to level B03, and we
They can figure
continue
out the
deeper.
servers, man. If they can just have it running
With
nice.
each
fuck me.
level you unlock, you access new areas for new mission loops. You'll access new, more challenging curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
Yay. It's just a lot of drawings.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this still describes the unique gameplay experience. Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes this section on
rats.
gameplay spaces for
Jesus.
landing zone. We're excited to show you more.
Rats are confirmed.
All right. So we're going to head away from Arcot for now. Let's look again into the stars. And now we're going to talk about solar systems. All right.
Here we go. Brace yourselves.
Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It serves as a lawful system. It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about at length, and this will serve as the primary unlawful system and is the perfect contrast to Stanton. Then, as we just saw, we have Nick's system. It's not a totally unsafe system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go, as it borders Vandal space.
Here we go.
See that little bit of red? That's Vandal space right there. And the UEE does not protect this system.
Terra.
But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
It's going to be Terra, isn't it? Terra or Odin?
All right. I thought he was saying click system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom. So it would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right? So if we get a big cheer, we'll reveal the system. You ready?
We've got some space between. We can go beyond.
Very
the beyond.
cool. Very
the
cool.
Space is between
all right.
the beyond.
Here it is. Oh, wait. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So, let's take a sneak peek at system number 4. Here it is.
It's wonderful. I love it.
Well, it's awesome, right? All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson.
going to be Odin.
And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia. So, we're back in the height of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space. The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones.
What's the one that's not?
And utilizing them as military staging grounds.
Odin.
But one system on the Perry line offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion
imaginary systems
into the Xi'an Empire.
Imagine what they could be like. Just imagine.
And that system was Castra.
I've never fucking heard of Castra. What is Castra?
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations, and everyone's cool. So, the fourth system will be Castra.
I did not guess that. The UEE system.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First we have Castra 1. Here it is.
Okay.
Castra 1 is a dead
planet,
coreless planet. Because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation.
Hyped for dead planet.
So instead, the UEE Navy used Castra 1 for target practice, giving it the nickname of Bullseye.
Bullseye.
All the weapon testing throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning ground exploration will require high-end environment suits. And as you saw in the weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items.
Drawings.
Okay. Then we have Castra 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And this was the location of the military's staging area. Since the system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else.
So this is the
Let's
same
head down
system?
to the surface and check it out. Breaking through the clouds, you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests. And as you saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology.
At least it's trees.
High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out the landing zone called Sherman.
Okay. Let's do the drawing.
Which is fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production.
Okay.
But I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least a sneak peek. Let's take a look.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Enough of these fucking drawings. What does pre-production even mean? vibes. Are we hyped? Are we hyped about this? Yeah, this must be some of the new music that they were talking about. Always hyped by new music. We love Pedro. Yeah. This is I teased Pyro 5 years ago, so we got the Nyx tease, and Castro must be like, forget about it. Oh, it's kind of just like blocky. Maybe it is an engine. Because if it was not an engine, it would be a bit cleaner, I think, than that. It's like a nice location, you know? Star Citizen always has nice locations and nice visuals, you know? That's never been the problem with Star Citizen, The problem is the game doesn't fucking work. That's the problem. I think that they needed the Genesis thing because it doesn't scale. They don't want to hand make every planet. They just want to generate hundreds and hundreds of planets, and they needed it to work at scale. So I think that's why they needed a new table, as far as I understood. Those houses are cool, I guess. That's the glass again. I mean, you know, it looks cool. Happy to play it when it releases. In 2030. Yeah, music's good. Good job, Pedro. I like it.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on.
Is it just two planets?
This
in
is where they
system?
staged the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an airbase here, but it's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s anti-orbital cannons are still present around the defensive walls.
Okay.
With most of them being decommissioned once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants.
What's that?
The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park.
How old are you?
To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the army when Sherman was used as a staging point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park and is the governmental center of CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here.
Yeah, so this is the high-sec area.
As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, This introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the CitizenCon War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication and fortification, the designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments. And from all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall, you can see the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll also find Eckhart Security Headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the landing zone. So that's a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman.
But two planets?
I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe. Awesome. So before I go, I want to thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier. And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you. So thanks again. You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Thank you. I will.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay. We're just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple people upset. I used this opportunity to call out a couple people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to say the ground floor and the first floor can be the same floor. No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the challenge coin that was in your swag bag.
All right,
I'm getting this data as I'm here, so bear with me. So everybody should pull out your coins.
All right, pull out your coins. So yeah, what did we get? We got building interiors,
call out some numbers. And if your coin matches this number, you're gonna find Dan. He's that little, he's that guy over there with the bouncing thing. There we go. And he's gonna give you your prize. So the first prize is for a set of VKB joysticks. The number we're looking for is 2272.
Oh, it's 2272.
Anybody? All right. Well. Pass it along. If you find 2272 VKB joysticks.
Cyberpunk seems to be that kind of universal approach. Yeah, they need to have like
3404.
What are they called? Like the.
You can head on over there and pick up your VKB joysticks.
What do you call it? Like
the grand prize.
The cybernetics. They've teased cybernetics before, but like we haven't seen it arrive yet.
So I'm gonna give you 2 more seconds to pull out your challenge coins here.
Does it count? Well, they did say the word instance, so I'm going to give that to building interiors.
413.
That's why I crossed off building interiors, because of like transhumanism. I would love to see some more of that kind of stuff. I did see a mech, but no combat mech. Ship backlog. They did tease the Kraken, but nothing specific.
5 o'clock. If you check your CitizenCon schedules that were handed to you inside your gift bags, at 5:30 is our special redacted portion of the show. That gives us approximately 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes to stretch your legs, to get something to eat, to buy your last piece of swag, to check your challenge coins.
30 minutes for me to take a piss because I'm dying.
And at 5:30, I said it before, I'll say it again. Don't let any force on this earth stop you from being in these seats. We'll see you at 5:30, everybody.
Ship crafting. Next, this is for like the 2 days. So they're doing crafting next. They're going to talk about crafting tomorrow. So I suspect that that you might be able to get blueprints. That's a bit of a ballpark like guess. I'm surprised they didn't talk about VR with the GI ray tracing section, because usually Ali talks about Vulkan and stuff like that. And that would have been good to get an update on VR, because that would be after Vulkan. If you get Vulkan working, then that would be super hype thing to tease. Maybe they'll tease that in 1.0 next tomorrow, but nothing on player trading. I would have expected that probably with some of the new apps that they and the org stuff that they were talking about. That's pretty disappointing. AI planet generation. I mean, they're using a lot of AI to place stuff. I'm gonna give myself that one. I'm gonna give myself, let's say Genesis is a kind of AI planet generation. Let's just say. Yeah, the people do hack VR in Star Citizen, but there's a lot of people who, you know, they have VR kits. Like a lot of whales who have VR kits who don't play Star Citizen. And if VR was added to Star Citizen, you'd just get a whole bunch of new whales. I don't know. I mean, that like technically Vulkan API is the new rendering tech that they needed for VR. So that's in now. That's in beta. So anyway, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be back in a sec. What did I miss? All right. Yep. This is going to be... This has to be Squadron 42 section, right? So we're definitely going to see... Like, surely we're going to see a Squadron 42 trailer. We have to have like a Squadron 42 release date. We have to. So if I get the release date, then I've got like two. I mean, if I get a release date, then the ship backlog, that's a lock for next week, for tomorrow. I mean, that's definitely I got bingo there. AI crew, maybe that's a little bit tougher. I'm surprised we didn't see any melee weapons, actually. I guess they've already teased that sort of stuff. Like, what do you put in an ISC and what do you put in CitizenCon? Oh, I'll leave this thing. Because, like, some of this stuff is like, okay, maybe this is probably better to put this in the ISC. It feels a bit like filler, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like, that first week, if it ever releases, that first week is going to be important, right? What's the performance like? Like, even if the performance is bad, like, you know what I mean? Like, games always release in a crappy state these days. So if there's like a day one patch, I don't think anybody's gonna like freak out that much. But yeah, that first week, see the reviews, how's it going, you know. It would have to be pretty bad for me not to buy it, to be honest. Yeah, the other thing is like, what kind of state is like the PU in? You know what I mean? Because if you have a single player game and it does really well, that's gonna like draw people to the PU, right? And if the PU is in a shitty state, that's not good. Yeah, I know they've already got a terrible reputation in the mainstream gaming world. I think it's maybe, I don't know, maybe getting a little bit better, but they don't have a great reputation, to be honest. Man, these streams are so long. I don't even want to know how long I've been streaming for. Is this app gonna tell me? Nope. Ooh. Yeah. My daughter is waking up at like whatever time it is. Now it's like 1 in the morning. My daughter has decided to wake up. Hello, sweetheart. Got some milk. Yeah. Oh, you played Minecraft? Oh, there you know. Are you hungry? You want some biscuit? No? Yeah, well. I think they could really fuck up if they announce the game and it's a bad price point as well. That could also kill, that could kill the game and the whole project, you know, like. Squadron 42 is coming out next year and it's $100. And it's like however many missions, like 50 missions, you know what I mean? It doesn't sound like it's going to be a very long game. So like what price point would be a good, like, you know, would you price it at like $40 or $50 like a starter pack? Or would you price it at like $60? Just pushing the envelope a little bit. It's kind of $60 is in that weird spot. It's not quite like a, you know, the Cyberpunk Starfield kind of AAA price, right? I think those two prices would actually be quite good, between like the 45, 50, right? Yeah, you'd have like your collector, you know, you could have like whatever you want, like $100, $120. Like you have a package that's targeted at whales and collectors and stuff like that. Sure, go ahead, right? But the average consumer, you know, I think around like the 60 price point is pretty good. If it's 80, I think that's a bit of a stretch, because it's probably not going to be a very long game. And if they do it like $80, $90, $100, then it's like, what are you guys doing? There's no one's going to buy that. Yeah, I mean, you know, like if they make a whale, if they milk the whale kind of price, I mean, I'm not a whale, so it doesn't affect me. But they've really got to have like the lowest buy-in point has to be pretty reasonable. I could see them doing like the early, you know, pay extra money and get the game, play the game a bit earlier type of shit. And if they do that kind of junk, like people are just gonna shit all over them as well for that. Really? Get it 4 days early, right? Yeah. If it was like $50 to $55, like people would absolutely just check it out. Why not? Just buy it just to see what the hype is all about, you know? What do you think? Try one and see what you think. You like it? Don't eat too many, okay? Ski tonight? Ski? Yeah, well, that pre-order bonus shit, that could backfire in their face, I reckon. Because this company's already got like just a terrible reputation if they do start doing scummy stuff like that. Dude. But at the same time, you know you've got whales, you know you can milk them, so do you leave that money on the table? It's so stupid. That whole pay extra to play early is so dumb. I hate that. It's such a stupid thing. And it's just the streamer tax, really. You know, people who are like stuck. Not that I would ever do that, but like people who are streamers, they'll just consider it like a business expense, right? And then like games that have narratives like Starfield did that stupid thing, right? And what happened? All of the streamers bought the week early access thing because it's a business expense. They could probably write it off on tax, and they clock the game before it releases to the general public, and the story is spoiled for people who just didn't have enough money to buy to get early access. So either you pay extra for the early access, or the story gets spoiled for you. I just think that whole thing is just bad. They shouldn't do it. And if CRG do that, they already have a terrible reputation. They have to start changing the way in which people think about the company. Would be really, really, really bad. If they did that, that would be bad. My bingo card is not doing too well. We've still got another day. And we've still got another panel. My dopamine receptors are... they're like shriveled. Although I did feel a bit of dopamine when I saw that fucking that fucking sandworm. All right, let's ask ChatGPT. Hi, ChatGPT. Hello?
Hey there, how's it going?
Good. I just saw a sandworm on the CitizenCon presentation.
Wow, a sandworm. That must have been quite a sight. Those things are massive, and I can imagine.
I was very
It's
surprised.
not every day you get to see a I bet. Seeing something that epic would definitely be a jaw-dropping moment.
It was very epic.
Caught your attention at the present.
It was very epic, but it's not the first time a sandworm has appeared at CitizenCon. A sandworm appeared at CitizenCon in 2016 and it failed to arrive.
I see. So this time they delivered on the sandworm spectacle. It must have been great to finally see it make an appearance after the anticipation from 2016.
I mean,
To what you expect?
it was very impressive, but I'm still very skeptical because it is still just a demonstration. It's not actually in the game. Do you think what is the likelihood of it being released in next year? Do you think?
It's understandable to be skeptical, especially with such a complex feature. Predicting game development timelines can be tricky, since unexpected challenges often arise. If the demonstration was well received, and the development team prioritizes it, there's a decent chance it could be released next year.
Okay.
But it's always good. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for any official announcements.
Good point.
Hopefully they'll be able to Thanks. It's always fun to speculate about these things. Are there any other parts of the presentation that stood out to you?
I was wondering, do you think that Star Citizen is a scam?
Star Citizen has faced criticism over its long development time and crowdfunding model. However, many players and backers see it as an ambitious project that aims to deliver a unique gaming experience. Whether it's a scam or not depends on personal perspective, but it's clear that the project has its challenges and supporters.
Okay, thank you very much
Stay informed.
for your insight. Bye bye. So, there you go. It's a matter of perspective, according to ChatGPT. If you look too hard into the scam looks deep into you, right? How many different pets are represented by CIG's internal pet sidekicks chat? What does that even mean? Yeah, I think that limiting ambition is a good thing. It can progress a project. For example, Night City is quite ambitious, but it's just a city, right? Yeah, and so going back to what I was saying before about it being a tech company, it's just the game is too big, it's too ambitious, it's becoming even more ambitious, of course. With every year and every CitizenCon, it's just more and more ambition being heaped on top of it. And so then, yeah, is CIG a game company or a tech company? Basically. I guess, if you want, if you want Star Citizen but with a limited approach, and you want it to be released, you have games like Starfield, right, where they just where they do sort of scale back the ambition, but then you sort of have like this procedurally generated slop that's kind of not very engaging. Yeah, well, many revenue streams, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want the Star Citizen approach to catch on, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm glad that there is a Star Citizen. There is that one game where it's like, you know what, let's just, fuck it, let's just go crazy, right? Every other game, it's like, look, we can't go crazy because going crazy is stupid. So most games are focused and can be made and delivered. There's just this one project that we do where it's balls to the wall, fucking nuts. It'll never release, but that's okay because it's Star Citizen. It's this weird project that is run by a madman and funded by cultists, but at least it exists. What time is it now? It's 1:20 in the morning. Sit down. Aren't you sleepy? Nikolai? What's the dinner now? Daddy, I'm gonna go to bed soon. Like, a part of me is like, fuck it, let's just build this as high as we can. It's like a Jenga tower. And you just keep on piling on levels and levels, and it's like, how high can this go? How high can we build this thing? I mean, of course they're talking about dynamic weather. Of course now they're talking about generated planets and seasons. Of course they are. Now my daughter's going to be making noises. You want to make noises, you can go out. Where's your phone? Get that. It's a switch. Where? In the night? In the night, no? This is what? Oh, charging. How much time? I got 7 minutes. I'm gonna see if I can find something to distract my daughter with. Experiment in fake make believe. Why does it delete some of your comments and not others? Democratize space travel by lowering the cost. Yeah, let's go. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Brutal. Brutal stream. Gonna tell me, okay, 7 hours and 7.5 hours I've been streaming for. Shit. What's that? You shouldn't stop. Did I? No? We're almost at the end. Holy cow. I don't want to take any more like tea or coffee or anything, because I do want to go to bed after this, but yeah, this is the tough part. I don't know what time it is there for you, mate, but it's only 1:30 in the morning. It's not that bad, but I haven't been sleeping well, I don't think, so it's pretty sleepy. What? Yeah, well, I guess it's in Manchester, so yeah, kind of more reasonable hours for you guys. But this is fine. Like usually a CitizenCon it'll start at midnight and then finish at like 8 in the morning or something. That's rough. Hopefully I'll be in bed by 3, I hope. Tomorrow will be shorter, so the hype is wearing off. I need another hype injection to keep me going. Now touch. That's cute. The hype was short-lived. The sandworm was a long time ago now. Now I'm crashing. Small ones. It's a single-player game. What kind of raid can you do? That's cute. Solo raids. All right, let's do it. All right. What could it be? What could the redacted section possibly be? Let's do it. 30 seconds before dying. Alright, here we go. Let's
Our command have confirmed that we don't just go around operations. Running down to
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news you need. A statement issued by the UEE Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
Oh, this guy. That's it, go home.
Hey!
Deja vu. Here
I
we go
hope you
again.
like what you've seen so far in day one.
Release that motherfucker!
Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope you have liked what you've seen so far at day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential.
That's fine. That's fine.
So what does that look like? To show you, we thought it would be best to boot up the game and start at the beginning. Now, quite a few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style. So, we are going to play this live. I've played it through many times. Flawlessly crashed. Not crashed, sorry. Occasionally.
Flawlessly crashed.
We've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed.
Slip.
But what you're about to see is the prologue of Squadron 42's and you, the player's origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see and hear is still work in progress and will continue to be improved. But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra, Senior Game Director, to the stage to play the game.
That's over.
Okay. All right, Rich. It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon. So, my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen.
It's going to flawlessly
crash. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start? Should we go?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay.
It's been 10 fucking years, come on.
So as Chris says, this is going to be playing it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues, but we'll go from there. And this, what you're seeing here, is the combat pilot training application form that we're going to submit for your application. But once we get into the game, I'll kind of be quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
It is not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships or traveling to the farthest reaches. Flight is to protect your home and
Oh, that's Henry Cavill. I didn't even realize. What ship is that? Scuffed Henry Cavill. I didn't even recognize it. Smooth Henry. He did record that video 16 years ago. What?
So should we go rookie?
Yes.
No, Legatus? Which one? Yeah, let's do it.
Hi. We'll slip to home run, that's cool. There we go. What? What?
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assumed you talked to all rookies that way. I assumed you talked to all the rookies that way.
Boy and girl.
Should we go?
Yes. Another woke gender game. Okay, so this is what we saw last time? Yeah. That's a copy now. Does look better, I guess. A work in progress.
Reminder that civilian traffic is restricted and locked down.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Gary.
Come back, Gary.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that.
We've seen this before already, right? This was in the last year's trailer. It looks a little bit different. Bagpipes.
Scimitar, reposition heading 038. Copy that, adjusting heading now. Reaper Squadron, thanks for joining us. What's your sim rep? In position, holding now. Understood. Stand by for further orders. All flanks. Bishop wants to lose formation and have battle so we don't clump up. Copy that.
Let's see if they've updated the characters a bit more.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore.
The mobiglass seems to be casting
I just
light.
wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
To Chris Roberts. I think maybe, yeah, there is some global illumination going on now. maybe.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
It is. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up.
Movie games, that's a good word.
Whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
Beast.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
Yeah, a lot of screen tearing, obviously.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
It's not Hellblade 2 levels, right?
All gunners, all gunners. Getting here, report to target. All gunners,
All right.
And before we move on, yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash. Well, we hope so.
Yeah. But you know, now it's transitioned into gameplay, which we expected. But you know, it's nice to see that transition, I guess.
I talked to Watkins in logistics, and he said the recon team was wiped out.
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Vandal aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Flawlessly crashing.
They can take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance for 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey.
Where's your helmet?
Can't gun without it.
Come on.
What are those guys doing?
Rookie mistake.
Look at that screen tear.
Got to go up.
It'd be hilarious for crashes. Ooh, some stutter there.
And I haven't been able to sleep since.
This is running on a 1050 Ti though. Keep that in mind.
I heard we're not getting any reinforcements.
Yeah, a lot of stutter.
It's this Polo Initiative horse shit. High command
Stuttering screen tear.
to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun. Almost like
Alright, so you can overhear stuff and get missions, that's good. NVIDIA gave them a 5,000 card for this.
Supposedly out next year.
I like that. I like that you can just pick up missions like that.
Okay. Take him to Lake Perrin. He's old enough. And teach him what I taught you. And do me a favor. Hug your mom.
Yeah. Another 12 more years. Put it back in the oven, Chris. It's not ready. Ooh, it's very Halo vibes. Flip it. Flip it. Yes.
Hey. All set? Hey, you get any sleep last night? Yeah.
You have to walk everywhere? Can I run in this game? There's arcade machines. If we can't play the arcade machines, then forget about it.
Oh, bad news. Heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
Follow Marcus optional. I like how it's optional.
This is Captain McLaren. CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve
CitizenCon.
personnel get to your stations.
Looks like this could be it.
Yeah, there's a lot of screen tear.
Hey, good luck. See you up there.
You got it.
You got it. Right, so you're a gunner. You're in my seat, motherfucker.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there! So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
That's cool.
I don't know how the hell Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just gonna do a full
What
reset so you
disappeared?
can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the
That thing
calibration
disappeared.
program. Stand by. We'll start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow. All right. You should be all set for controlling your turret. Next up, they'll test your firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire. Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy. Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it.
The lip movement in this game is pretty rough.
Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Moving now, sir. Seems fine to me.
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
Nothing's
Cover your
happening.
sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just
Oh.
say?
Sorry, sir.
That bugged?
Not bad time.
Shut.
Shut up.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and every human with it.
Don't you want to see
There have been
cutscenes?
battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more.
With live gameplay.
We fight one last battle.
Live watching someone watch
Advanced
a
recon
cutscene.
indicates the entire
Whoa.
Vandal fleet has just entered the system.
Is it gonna crash? What?
This
What?
means a kingship.
It's gonna crash.
Is headed our way.
Live demo.
Live demo. It's gonna crash.
Some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance.
Oh, it's rough. It's rough.
There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful
This is
of
not
times.
a good look. This is not a good look.
Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet.
12
History
years.
will remember us differently.
$700 million.
We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today,
Oh dear.
we will define ourselves through our actions. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We
This is
will
rough.
win, because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from
This is
now, when
so
you're surrounded
cringe.
by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today.
Oh dear.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Push your button.
Nice speech.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
This is bad. This is bad. You want these demos to go better than this because, you know, this is just going to generate a negative attention, a lot of negative attention. If I blink really quickly, I can kind of tell what's going on. Like, what's the point of even continuing with this demo? I feel bad for the team. It's kind of a long... Boom. Did they just stop it? They should stop it because it's not working. Did the whole stream? Oh, no. Oh, it's still going. Guys. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the media. You want media attention. Like, are they going to pivot from this to like announcing a release date? What is happening? The stream went down. The stream went down. They're just going to delete all of their socials. Wow, that was interesting. Now what do we do? Is that just a Twitch thing, or is that a Star Citizen? That might have been just a Twitch thing. Holy fuck. Twitch went down. Holy fuck, was that a Twitch thing?
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
The screen tearing is not a Twitch thing.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
What a time for the Twitch stream to go down. That looks cool. This has been a massive, like, intro sequence, I guess. Which is fine, I suppose.
Got one! I got one!
Good kill. Come on, people, keep up the pressure. Another way. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Now that's how you do it. Doggies incoming!
I kind of feel like precision mode is better for this kind of gameplay. Not that I particularly like this kind of gameplay.
Oh, you see that? I'm signing autographs after.
Good job, all. Stay focused. Tracking enemy sides. Light him up.
On! Woo!
Target down. Good kill. Good job, people. Slow speed.
Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off.
We got your pilot. All right, gunners. Protect our fighters.
Tracking target.
Yeah, not my kind of gameplay, but good early mission, I guess. Oh, did it crash?
Oh no.
Oh no. Ah, it crashed. That's so fucking funny. That is so fucking funny. It crashed. It crashed.
It's alright. We're gonna keep going.
It's not about piloting the most cutting-edge ships, or traveling to the farthest reaches of the universe, forging connections that will last your entire
Where's Henry?
fighting to protect your home and loved ones, or even learning what you're truly capable of.
Oh shit.
Those are just the first.
What?
I'm Commander.
This is so rough.
Ah, so let's go to back in the game.
Yay. Live demo. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. This game company is cursed. How does the not only does their Twitch stream die, but the game crashes. At least we could get back in. We're back in.
Target down. Good kill. Good job, people. Slow sleep.
Gauntlet, I've got bogeys I can't shake. I need a brush off.
Quick, go into precision mode.
All right, gunners. Protect our fighters.
Tracking target.
This is a cursed game company.
Can't hold out much longer.
Damn it, gunners, take out those duel.
Thanks for the help, Copper.
You got it. Get back in there.
Will do.
Can you fail that mission? Is it possible to fail?
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off X-axis. That should bring that moiler into your field of fire. Corvus, Redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity.
You're banned? What was your other account?
Your turn to play bait.
Oh, are you furious? What did you type? What? How did you get banned? What the hell?
Banshee. Push forward. Let's see how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
Yo, so you're like the game is crashing and you're getting banned and Twitch is dying. Everything is like the things are falling off. We're back. It's okay.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
No, it's too focused.
This is
More like
YouTube
heavy
now.
fighters. Do we have
I
a
had
line
to
on
switch
them?
to YouTube.
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Gauntlet, come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
It was a stream issue. But that's Green Tear is on us, and the game crash is on a Twitch issue.
On it, sir.
Twitch just died.
Get us in close.
Aye, sir. So I'm gonna watch it again.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here.
This is pretty rough.
May be proud.
I don't know how they're gonna have a release date after this. And this is the section they've been polishing. They've been polishing the first chapter to get it ready to show.
You heard the captain? Want those dual ships fried and crispy.
If this is the polished section, then what does the rest look like?
On it, sir.
Let them have it, gunners. It's us or them.
I would say it's a memory leak as well.
Good kill.
Like, yeah. I mean, it's rocky.
Those fighters knocked out Gary's shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out.
And of course you can get negative press, right? If it's... That's cool. Yeah. Especially, you know, maybe you wouldn't think to check the YouTube. Maybe you wouldn't check the YouTube and that you just would think that the game was like that, but I don't know, man. Still, even without that Twitch problems, it's still, you know, pretty rough around the edges. I thought, holy fuck, this is a disaster. The whole game company, I thought the whole game company was going to implode. I thought this is like the death knell of CIG, but yeah, maybe it's not that bad. Like, memory leaks can be fixed and screen tearing can be fixed.
Yeah, got one.
Yeah. This is kind of fucking hilarious. I mean, there's a lot going on, of course. Whoa. There's some frame drops there.
Thank you, sir. Good job.
Yeah. There's some big frame drops. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to fix that. Like, what are you going to need? Are you gonna need to have frame generation
Ready up. More incoming.
to get like
I'm picking up blades.
a solid frame rate?
Hang 'em out. Here we go. Target down.
I don't find this kind of gameplay very interesting as well. Like it's a long intro movie and just shooting on rails. It's like, it's a slow start to the game. That was bugged.
You see that? Oh god.
You next. Take it out, quick. You're gonna get cut in half, dude.
Gotta take out that hunter's small turrets. Got another turret.
I prefer to, you know, be jumping around or flying around in a ship than this kind of on-rails gameplay, but you know, it's the beginning of the game, so. I mean, I guess I find single-player games just less interesting than multiplayer games in general. Babylon 5. Yeah, these ships give me a Babylon 5 vibe.
Focus, people. We got heavy fighters incoming. There's too many of them. Waste them.
Too many wild lines are annoying as well. I don't like that. Don't shoot your own shit, dude.
Keep up that fire. Get ready. Corvette's coming around. All gunners, get ready to target the main turret.
I guess they tell you.
Marcus! Is that Marcus? Can anybody see? Shut up and fire. Take out that main turret. One of my guns is down.
Yeah, this is just on rails shooting. More of, I guess, the cinematic experience. Yeah, time crisis in space.
We won't survive another hit.
Where have you found these missions? I assume you can.
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate. We should get the hell out of here.
Holy shit. Like if you're in someone's ship, at least they're flying around and when you're in a turret, it feels more dynamic than this.
I need help! I need help!
You're not really moving or maneuvering much. Oh. Well, you know, it's a work in progress. It says it right there on the screen. Yeah, it's a bit long.
Main planet ball.
Yeah.
Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. We're really just doing some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335. Break engagement and support.
Sir, briefing now. Charging main guns. Prepping for full spread. Any effect on target?
Countdown. Multiple hostile captured. Bearing down on us. Copy that. Radiant inbound.
This looks bad.
Firing again! Getting away with power spike from the King ship. Break, August, break! August is down. Repeat, August is down.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Yeah,
Weapons.
this feels very old
I'm
school.
gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
I'd much be rather flying around in this mess. That would be more fun than watching people flying around. I don't know what happened there. What kind of lines were you speaking? You were talking about the Jews? I'm gonna have to look at my settings, but I don't think I've got any particular settings on my chat. But maybe I do. I don't know. YouTube is weird. YouTube is funny. But I'm also streaming on Twitch if it's easier for me. No, this is Star Trek.
Shield generators down, sir.
Now this is Star Trek.
Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us!
Nice. You got him.
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Now you're dead. I can say gangbang all I want.
Go.
Do I get to fly? Let's go to point 2. That's
All right,
man.
5 seconds out to the break. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that.
Total
Tally's
set.
on me.
Yeah, sometimes that's one of my complaints about
Echo flight,
Cyberpunk
prep
as
for
well.
boost.
Small amounts of gameplay with less like long cut sequences, you know. looks like he
copy.
passed out.
Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover, I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Roker, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Beetle, Bug, you're in main. They'll be running a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll
I'm
clear
sure
you a shot.
Massive frame drops,
All
screen
echoes,
tear.
stay on the ball.
Light 'em up.
I mean, this is surely just a cinematic event, so...
No. We don't want that.
We don't want that. We don't want that.
Also.
Oh dear. Oh dear. I was just saying.
I don't know, I skipped past it. Do you want me to go to the error?
No, but what was the crash?
I just skipped past it because I just went straight
I
in.
just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer. It's literally, I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it, like 10 QA today played this beginning to end. Didn't have the crash. And this one is, so annoying. Well,
Should we go to
we
finale?
need to
We
play
play
the, we need to
mid-battle
replay
again?
the battle game. You got to play
Let's do
it.
it.
You got
We're gonna go again. We're gonna keep going.
I'm not doing that again.
It's the
so
computer.
Freaking annoying.
Oh my god. Now I know what's wrong with Star Citizen. It's my computer. It's been my computer this whole time. Alright, so there's been a crash, we fell down, we passed out.
More Vandals slipped past. Made planetfall. Copy. Forward inventors onto the ground forces.
We've got your pad, Argus.
Appreciate it. Could really just do with some fire cleanup. We're taking multiple hits.
335, break engagement and support.
Sir, briefing now. Charging main guns, prepping for full spread.
I wonder, this is gonna make headlines, right? Surely,
Any effect on target?
Hostile captured, bearing down fast. Copy that.
surely this is gonna get them a negative press cycle. Hey, you're gonna play between memory links.
Firing again! Getting a weird power spike from the King ship.
Break, Argus, break!
Argus is
Like-
down. Repeat. Argus is down.
This game needs to be a hit.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors.
For the company to survive, right?
This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. The line for a run on the King ship.
Weapons. I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
If they
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Krause? The Van
Have you
Duel aren't
ever
gonna blow
seen
themselves up.
Something like this?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen
Wait, next time we take a hit,
a game demo
drop our
crash like
shields
this
an extra
in a
30%.
Hear that, Shields?
in a presentation like this?
Navigation.
Sir?
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
Yeah, I guess. I don't remember Starfield ever having like a first level demo type thing that they showed at a conference or anything. Crash again, go ahead. The first to everything. Star Citizens on Suicide Watch, man. You gotta laugh, man. You gotta laugh. If you don't laugh, then you cry, right? It's good that I get to watch it again. I like
Shield generators down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed.
I'm picking up new details. Things I missed before.
Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Get what they deserve. I'm sure this took a long time to make. It looks like there's a lot of effort here.
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun.
But the big question is, can they make a game? Can they make and release a game? That's the big question. I guess, can they make it? Can they release it? And then if they can do those two things, is it any good? In spite of Dex confidence. There's gonna be like a documentary about all this one day. One of these days, it's all gonna come out.
Alright, 5 seconds out till the fray. Warm up, Cal. You got point.
I mean, this could be the end of
Copy
CIG.
that. Tally's on me.
This could be the end of the company. What do you think? Like,
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
Lightning is crashing off and messing up in the cockpits.
All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Right, this is where it
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Last?
Copy, Doug. You can cover, I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Roger, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Beetle, Mug, you're at main. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector.
I mean,
I'll clear you a shot.
I guess it's not fate, right?
Light him up.
He's gonna crash again.
Look out.
Is that like a pre-rendered cutscene? Why would this make the game crash? I don't understand.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
Might be right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good it looks. If it crashes, it crashes. It's the same problem in the PU, right? Game looks good, game is cool, it has to be stable, it has to work. I mean, I think the first hour of gameplay you can just forget about flying a spaceship.
Shields up!
Oops. Hope you didn't need that part.
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Hit him! Hit him!
Hey, torpedo cam. Then you need to go back to the drawing board. They need a procedural culling take for their cutscenes. Give them another 5 years. They'll get it done. Alright. There's going to be patches after patch trying to fix all these memory leaks and yeah, that's so weird. Like, you think that this would be the most stable part of the game? Like, it's a fucking cutscene. Looks sick though. I mean, those wings just clip through the door. Raindrops. Crashing during a cutscene. Classic Star Citizen.
Sir, Kingship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
Getting a rapid increase in the Kingship's energy
Is it gonna crash?
signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer to stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this Kingship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Certainly a risk, a gamble to show the game in this state. But what do you do after all these years? Is this our character? Are we going to do something?
Forces have seized
It's
control
us.
of major systems.
I think. Oh, Tyrant's our name is on our chest. I wonder if I can have a rude word.
There's a pod here, come on! Go, go, go! Come on! Come on, come on!
No, don't follow that guy. Alright. This is the time when you run, right? Run! Brutal. It's brutal. Hey, we're gonna heal. So we're learning about healing, I guess.
I think I can crouch over that.
They're on board, they're on board. Move, move. Let's go. Ah! Shit. Ah!
Okay, should we fight them? No.
Hey, hey, hold the door!
You gotta be faster than that, dude. Too slow.
Should have waited.
What do you say? Should have waited. He didn't have his helmet on.
I need to find another way out of here.
What? Remember, see his crouch.
Personnel evacuate ship.
Yeah, it's holding together. Just like this ship. This ship is a visual representation of the game right now. And it's barely holding together. Come on. You can make it. It's teaching us how to play the game. Look at that action, look at that gameplay that's happening in the other room.
All personnel evacuate ship. Alert. Fire detected. Room locking down. Repeat. Room locking down.
Even if it is the computer, like, wouldn't you test it before? Ooh. FPS scanning. There's never two crashes without a third. Yep. Why would you test it on one computer and then play the demo on another computer that you haven't tested. How does it make sense that it's the computer's fault? It's like Eminem. Great. Well, maybe he has it. That doesn't seem very safe. Be careful who you let go near your movie glass. Someone can get your credentials just by touching on you like that. Yeah, this is running Windows 98. This is running on Vista. There's like zero chance they didn't test this before. Zero chance. That's just total. Yeah, 100% they checked beforehand. It's so funny. Oh, it's this computer, man. I'm so annoyed. Yeah. Oh, a gun? Do we get a gun? Pick up the gun! Pick up the fucking gun! Yes! I'm not a big single-player game guy, to be honest. I love Cyberpunk, I think it's a beautiful game. But I find the gameplay a bit underwhelming, even in Cyberpunk. After respect. So, you know, I don't know, a game like this, it's like... We're playing a game, boys! We're playing a game! Oh, shit. No, wait, wait! Okay. And it's a nice solution. I'm just glad that we got to shoot someone. Oh, for fuck's sake. All these doors are locked. It's kind of hilarious situation. Like, the ship's about to blow up and you gotta like get passwords for shit. They didn't think this through when they designed this shit.
Alert. Fire detected. Room locking down. Repeat. Room locking down.
Ah, that's bad. Yeah, don't worry, they'll fix it. They'll fix it in post. We're learning all the gameplay mechanics. This is fine. I prefer this than, you know, shooting on rails. Maybe they should, if they cut down the shooting on rails part of it, I don't know, get to this section sooner. It's still kind of boring, but you know, you're just learning all the mechanics of the game. It's fine. What?
Systems back online.
That worked.
Back in the game.
Dude, if it runs flawlessly from now on, it was still a fucking hilarious. Oh, Sophia Aquarius, thank you for the follow. It's still going to be a hilarious fucking nightmare. I think they can recover from this, but I think this is going to hurt them financially a lot. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'm gonna have a look at some EVA now.
Sealing suit.
Yeah. That also hurts replayability. Oh, it's mantling. The CUI for grabbing things. That's cool. I wonder if you can turn these tooltips off. So you got no... Yeah, you've got no EVA fuel, right? Is that what's happening? He doesn't have EVA fuel, so he has to push off. We killed an alien, so you know. We'll take that. We're gonna learn how to do this. It's like a little platforming section. This is definitely coming to consoles, right? It's cool that you can do this. I just love how random the PU is, you know? Yeah, quick time animation. Quick time event. I'm not as interested in like more scripted stuff. Well, that's what a lot of single player games are these days, you know. Like Jedi Survivor and things like that.
And if you didn't already realize, I don't have an EVA pack.
Right. I'm gonna actually put a hype, not for the game, but for this sort of propulsion system. That's the first time we've seen this. But this actual section here is too, yeah, it's too scripted and too, yeah, by the numbers, I think. Yeah, they're really going into the FPS a lot, aren't they? I wonder if we'll ever get a look at behind the wheel of a ship. Sound in space. I guess the sound would enter your helmet, which has oxygen in it, and so, well, look, you got 42% oxygen. I wonder what happens when you fail. You just start over again, I guess, right? Like in Wing Commander and those other games, you could fail missions and it would affect the story, you know? Right. I think that this kind of game is... What do you think this game is trying to be? You know, like a immersive sort of narrative-driven kind of game.
Pressurizing.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a space combat game.
Pressurized.
It feels like they're going for something, yeah, more. I like the term movie game. I think it's going for that movie game approach, right? Call elevator, dies in elevator. I mean, this is basically a tutorial, right?
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me. We're running low on power, so I have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change
This is why you
direction.
don't pre-order as well, though, right?
Take
You
a
wait
seat.
at least a week, see what the people are saying.
I need you to steer the ship. Time for your first piloting lesson.
Alright, piloting a ship.
We're setting a new course.
The first ship we pilot is a
Ready?
Javelin.
Go.
Maneuvering systems online.
Ram the ship. Ram it. Yeah, I'm sure, like... Usually I would wait a year before buying a game. These days. With Cyberpunk it was 2 years.
Good. Good. Hold that. Shifting power back to shields.
Shields.
Engaging autopilot.
Corpus! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
The situation's under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Lock your course and get off that thing. Both of you, clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel!
I will.
That's her dad, right?
Damn it.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! Well, all of this is like... We're back to those cutscenes, right? I see they're building ones. So surely we're going to do some more FPS stuff here, right? That was your flying bit done.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off.
Whoa.
Go now.
Yes, sir.
Is that? What is she? What is happening to her? Holy shit!
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice. Here they come!
He knows where they're going to come out from. You got any more of those med pens? I'd heal. Do you think the second time they load it up? Maybe. I don't know. There's no way to check that. They fixed it. They repaired the disc. They defragged the disc. Now it's running better. I think they just connected another 4090 to the They just plugged another 4090 in the back and now it's running okay. Close. I would heal. That lens flare is intense.
Don't worry, don't worry.
This is pretty jank.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door.
A lot of manually overriding stuff in this game.
Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
Huh.
She disappeared.
Status on the door.
Still a video?
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
Oh. It's so close. Peak Star Citizen.
I do solemnly pledge
Back to the
mind and
hype
body,
video.
I will
Forget what you
defend the
just saw.
Empire
Back to
with
the hype
my
video.
life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
This is
We
going to
may be a
undermine
small
everything.
crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they brought their raft down on us. I think Rich has to be our unluckiest playtester, because you're...
I didn't die, though.
You didn't die, that's true.
I didn't die.
You also got the bug where she doesn't give you the gun at the end.
This let me down, not me.
Blame the hardware.
So anyway, I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in to become a pilot and start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there, and it also, I think, has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few weeks. But, you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and, you know, we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up to the level we've just shown, and more, without crashes. And both the team and I are confident of giving you this game in 2026. Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow, because you saw a few crashes there.
2026.
And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42. So a lot of what you saw is all their love and passion. So thank you guys very much. You're amazing. And, you know, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action in there. I mean, Gladiator has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing, and I can't wait for you all to be able to play it in the moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse. And I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about how we're bringing Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crashes, now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
I guess.
But I am listening to Tyler and Jared next time, and we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all, and good night.
Wow. Oh dear. Do you realize? Oh man. Oh man. Oh dear. So no release date, no playable demo. Was that a trailer? I'm gonna give myself... There was a trailer there. I'm gonna give myself that at least. No Mark Hamill. They did say 2026. I don't know if that counts as a release date. Holy dooly. How do you make a game that runs worse than Star Citizen? That's quite an achievement. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a part of me that would say, like, it's too honest, you know, like, you should lean more into the scam. I reckon it works. It looked like it was running worse, but I don't know. Maybe it's about the same. The online game runs pretty badly. The question is, can they make a game? And you know, I just don't know if that CitizenCon. You needed to put it away, right? You needed to really just remove all doubt and like silence a lot of the critics, and it's like the critics are gonna have a field day. It looks like that they just can't make a game. They can't make a game that runs well. And like, you know, there's no release date. still. So like, you know, okay, Pyro, think about this system is like, Pyro is going to be released, right? It looks like it's in Evo Cardi now, so it's coming down the pipeline. It's going to hit the PU at some point, either this year or next. And it's going to be a buggy mess, right? But like, if you have Squadron 42 coming out next year, you have a good demo, oh my god, it looks great, it runs well, and it's coming out next year, then even though 4.0 might be buggy, like people can still cope and like carry, the momentum will carry. But like, no release date. They said something about 2026. The game ran terribly. It's been delayed for like 8 years already, and they want to chuck another 2 years on top of that. Like, what other game has had a release date? Like, many games are like take many years to make. Okay, fine. But how many games where like you've had the release date announced and it gets delayed and delayed and delayed to like 8 or 10 years? Like, is there any other game that's been, after its release date been announced, been delayed this much? This has to be a record. Right? I think, you know, this is not a great. This was not a great Star Citizen sitcon. I think that I'm not going to add many hype. I'm not going to add many hype bars, but certainly not a Tripe one either, because that was definitely honest, at least a little too honest. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can play like fantasy dev, right? Why don't they hire Capcom and then all the problems would be fixed? It's not going to happen. It's not happening, so what's even the point of entertaining that idea, you know? It's like, I think they're cooked, right? That's what we just saw. Like, this is gonna like really hurt their company, I think. I think this is gonna kill a lot of momentum. Like, the Genesis stuff is like, we're gonna start from scratch and start building planets from scratch, which I guess means remaking everything. We saw a lot of concept drawings, stuff, not stuff that's coming anytime soon. Some Mobiglast apps, some revisiting the armor again. They showed off the armor in, what was it, 2016, 2019? It was like, okay, now the armor is really coming this time. It's like, okay, let me know when it's in. And then to see Squadron 42, the cherry on the cake, to see Squadron 42 in that state after all of this time and with no release date on site. I think, you know, what you needed was a release date and say, hey, pre-orders here. You really needed like a solid demo and a release date, pre-orders to start turning like the revenue around, because they need to like transition away from selling ships to selling games. And if they're not selling games, then what are they doing? Right? And now you're going to go into day 2 of like what's coming next and 1.0 and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, you know, you can't even get the single player game to run well. When is the multiplayer game ever going to run well? You can say this and you can say that and you can say the other things, but if it doesn't work, then what's the point of any of this? What's the point of any of it, to be honest? Yeah, I mean, you know, that would be nice, but like, it looks like you're just going to have a lot of issues and problems that you still have online. So, you know. I think last year was really great CitizenCon, and that was rough. That was pretty rough. But you know, it's 11 past 3 in the goddamn morning. I'm gonna go and get some sleep, and I'll see you back here for day 2. Who's excited? I'm so pumped. I mean, what are they gonna say tomorrow? Yeah, that has killed all the hype for... I think it's a disaster not to have a release date. A real disaster. 2026? What are they doing? Anyway, mate, I'm gonna get some sleep. But thanks for keeping me company, and I'll see you guys next time. 07.